Good morning, Hillside Elementary. Please come on in down to the front row. We'll get you guys started today. Morning, Mr. Spears. Hi, how are you? Hey, good to see you. Good, good. Hi, good morning. Yeah. So as you guys come in, we are finishing up the first whale tooth of the day today. You see that Maxime is holding the tooth in his hand. We've broken it off of this blowpipe in order to take it to the annealing oven. I'll tell you about that entire process in just a moment. They are making glass. So good morning to all my friends from Hillside Elementary. I'm so glad that you're here today. I had a great time in your classroom a couple of weeks ago. I hope you guys remember me from that. Yeah, I remember you, Riker. I'm glad you guys are here. So we are really excited to have a visiting artist with us today. Here at Museum of Glass, we have between 20 and 30 visiting artists every single year. In fact, we've just had Piri is our 576th visiting artist since Museum of Glass opened. So that's a lot of artists that have come through here. Piri has traveled all the way from New Zealand to be with us today. She's a Maori artist, which means that she comes from the Maori people in New Zealand, and she's creating works that reflect and represent some of her cultural upbringing and who she is as an individual and as an artist. Today she's working with glass, making several items that are going to start looking like whale teeth. And then she's also including images of eels and fish that are important to Maori people and to that culture. Just like salmon are incredibly important here in the Northwest, eels are incredibly important in New Zealand. You can see some more pictures of her work up on the top screen, including some eels that she's made out of different materials, including this bronze pin. You can actually see that right here on Piri's coat, too. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Kia ora. Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm from Te Waiponamu, the South Island of New Zealand, but I just thought I'd show you this was one of our experiments from yesterday that we've been working on with the team. And you can see little wee eels, the longfin eel, the tuna, within the design there. So just come out today.
And are you happy with how it turned out?
Yeah, I'm excited. This is one of our first ones, so we're just working on the form, and I can see a lot of potential in this technique.
Fantastic. Great, thank you. So just like you guys experimented with looking at a couple of different materials in the classroom as part of Science of Art, Piri is an artist who's also exploring different materials to figure out which material she likes best. She works with a lot of different materials and different art supplies in order to make her work. Sometimes that works really well. Sometimes she might want to make some changes and use a different material. This is one of her first times really exploring glass as a material. So we're always excited here at Museum of Glass when we have artists that are not glass blowers come in and bring all sorts of interesting ideas to this material that we like to work with. So let's talk a little bit about the material of glass itself and what we're actually seeing happening. There are two furnaces at Museum of Glass that hold all of the clear glass that we start working with. The two are labeled, furnace over there, and then the other one over there. Those are the two with the square doors. Inside of those two doors, In each one, there is a pot, a bowl inside of a large furnace that holds about 1,000 pounds of glass in both of those containers. We open up the door and we dip in a blowpipe or a punty to gather a glob of glass on the end of the blowpipe or punty. That's kind of what it looks like, but it's actually a little bit different when we actually do it. It's incredibly hot in those two furnaces because we have to keep the glass molten. We have to make sure that it's always melted all of the time and ready to go. If it cools down, it can harden and create all sorts of problems. So we keep those running all of the time. In fact, that furnace on the right has been on and turned on at 2,100 degrees for about 7 years now. The one on the left, we just opened that one up back in the fall, so that's only been up for about 7 months or so. When artists come to Museum of Glass and have a visiting artist residency, they work with our Hot Shop team. Right in the middle, we have Gabe Feenan. Say hi, Gabe. Over to the other bench, we have Maxime, all the way from Biot, France, helping us out. He's an intern who's learning more about glass blowing. And sitting at the bench, we have Sarah Crash Gilbert, one of our glass blowers. She makes fantastic work, doing a lot of work with cameo and carving into pieces of glass. So Sarah's coming over to the furnace on the right, and she's going to add more clear glass to the outside of that bubble that she has on the end of a blowpipe. She dips the blowpipe in, turns it a little bit, and wraps clear glass on the outside of the bubble. The larger a piece is, the more glass we need, so the more times we have to return to the furnace and add more glass to the outside of it. Today we'll be working with 2 or 3 gathers at a time, making pieces that are about this size or so. If we wanted to make really large pieces, we might have to go and gather multiple times, 5 or 6 times or even more. Sarah and Maxime have gone off to the side. If you listen really carefully, you might hear a little clicking noise every now and then. They're sprinkling powdered glass onto the outside of that piece, adding a little bit more color. The powdered glass itself looks about like this. It's very finely ground powder. We have to apply it in that booth to make sure that we stay safe. We don't want to breathe in any of that fine powder because it would hurt our lungs. Occasionally, the blowpipes do get a little bit warm, so we have these special troughs. So Sarah's just dipped it into the trough in order to cool off the blowpipe a little bit. After we add a little bit of powdered glass to the outside of the piece, Sarah has to return to the glory hole in order to reheat it, to add more heat and fuse all of that powdered glass to the surface of the object we're working with. What is she making? I think they're working on another whale tooth. Let me find out. Yeah. Why is the big one not on? Great question. Very good observation. You'll notice that we have a number of different furnaces and different reheating chambers called glory holes around the hot shop. The one in the middle is really, really big. So we only turn that one on when we're working with very large objects. So today, since we're working a little bit smaller, we're going to use this one in the middle of the studio. Yeah. What's that? Sort of looks like a light bulb, right? Yeah. It always starts as a bubble like that. So part of the process is that Piri and Gabe are working together to look at her sketchbook and to get a plan for all of the pieces that she's working on and making today. A big part of the artistic process is that planning process. And I know that you guys did some of that yourself, right? And remember how we planned? We thought about somebody we were going to make a work of art for, and then we started designing out what we might make. So that's exactly what Piri's working on, using her sketchbook to get a good idea of what she needs to work on. Sarah's rolling that glass on a special table that we call a marver. The marver helps do a couple of things. It cools the outside of the glass, making it a little bit more stable. It also shapes the glass. Depending on how Sarah holds her hands, she can make it that sort of pointed cone that she's working on now. and as she lowers her right hand, it starts putting pressure farther down the bubble, making more of a cylinder. So you can see her reshape that gather of glass just by rolling it back and forth on that special steel table. So we add a bubble to the glass itself because the rods, the metal poles that the glass artists are using are like really big straws. So you can sort of think of it as like a straw with a balloon on the end of it. And if we huff and puff, it inflates that balloon a little bit. So that's how we add the bubble of air to the glass. As part of the prep work, Gabe's working on a special tool that breaks the glass, these small strands of glass that we call cane. By breaking that at different levels or different lengths, we can actually make patterns with those pieces of cane. So now that we have a nicely shaped bubble, Sarah's come back to the center of the studio and is using that glory hole to reheat the piece of glass. So there you see Gabe actually blowing a little bit of air into the blowpipe, increasing the size of that bubble. The more air he blows into it, the thinner the glass gets and the larger the bubble gets. The next tool that Gabe works with is actually a pretty simple one. It's folded up newspaper soaked in water. The water boils off, it becomes steam immediately, giving a little sort of cushion in between the glass and the paper itself. The paper, because it's wet, also doesn't catch on fire. It'll slowly start to burn away, but it's pretty easy to replace. We also use a pair of tools called the jacks. And the jacks are the tool in Gabe's hand now, or will about to be. They have sort of like scissor blades, but they're sort of springy. We can use that to create a little line, a little trough going all the way around the piece of glass. You can see a picture of the jacks up on the top screen. That little trough will be very important later on when we break the piece off of the blowpipe. We don't want to create a work of art with a big piece of metal stuck to the bottom of it, so we want to make sure that we remove that and let it cool off just as the glass piece. In order for us to continue to work with the glass, we have to reheat every 2 minutes or so, sometimes a little bit faster, a little more often. If the glass starts cooling too fast and comes down to too low a temperature, it can crack and break as it cools off. So we want to make sure that we keep it nice and hot. Glass starts to move at about 900 degrees or so, and we need to keep it above that temperature. Yes, this is another whale's tooth today. So we're working on a couple of details, trying to figure out which technique works the best. So we'll make a couple of these and see how it works. Occasionally the glass is a little too hot in certain areas, so we can use compressed air to cool off certain locations in the glass itself. This is where one of the skills of a glass artist is really important. It's knowing what the temperature of the glass is, even if it might be different from one end of the glass piece to the other. Now, whales' teeth are kind of flat on both sides. So in Gabe's hand, he has 2 cork paddles. He'll use these to flatten the sides of the piece. Now, he and Maxime are working together in order to make sure that we keep flattening the same sides in order to make it that tooth shape that we're going for. Sarah's come over and she's capped off. She's put her thumb on the end of the blowpipe as well as adding more air to it to make sure that as Gabe pushes the sides of the tooth down, it doesn't deflate the bubble entirely. Oh, yeah. What's up? Great question of how old do you need to be in order to make glass? Now, glass artists, they tend to start, many of them have started in their teenage years. Especially here in Tacoma, there are a couple of programs like Hilltop Artist Program. Many artists might start 13, 14, 15 as an apprentice. There are also many artists that don't come to glass until much later, sometimes in college, sometimes later on in life. But typically, we aim for about 13 or so before people start working in the hot shop itself. It's never too late to start blowing glass, and it's never too early to start practicing being an artist. Yeah. Oh, like today or total? Total. So the Museum of Glass has been here since 2002, and we've been making glass ever since. Today we've been working about 45 minutes or so far today. Yeah. What's that? No, this is the second tooth we've been working on today, so yeah. Yeah. We're gonna make a lot of those, yeah. It'll probably shift up, like after lunch we might change to a different style, a different product, different object.
That's going to go obviously to a bigger sculpture, right?
Possibly. I think these might be sort of small scale sculptures. But Piri, like this is her art, so she'll take it back to New Zealand and sell there through galleries. So every artist that comes through, the Museum of Glass keeps one piece, and then it's up to the artist if they've got exhibitions, other projects. Some artists come in and they do make huge installation pieces. Some artists come in and just make small objects. It depends on what their work's like. So yeah, it really varies. Yeah. That hot. So there's a great question about how we make all of this equipment so hot. The Museum of Glass uses natural gas, and that's how we heat all of these furnaces. There are a few that are electric, so our annealing ovens, those, the box that's open all the way to the right side of the studio, you can see that there are electric elements inside of there, just like a ceramics kiln. Those light up and add heat to that box. So those are electric, but we use natural gas for the furnaces and glory holes. Gabe's fancy spin move there was to stretch out the glass itself. So as he spins, the glass stretches. It elongates the piece, making more of that tooth-like shape that we're looking for. Yeah. Be ready. So it sort of depends on the size of the piece. These are kind of small, so we're making these pretty fast. Sometimes I've been here where artists have worked all morning, so it might take 3 or 4 hours to make one piece. Sometimes it takes even longer than that if there are multiple steps in the process. So it sort of depends. I'll be right back. Yeah, right here. Great question. Let me ask. Yeah. This is a whale tooth from the southern right whale. So it is a very specific species. Yeah. You had a question earlier? One tooth, probably about half an hour or so. Yeah. What's that? So we colored this one white because that's the color that she wanted on her. So when the whale, well, we're not making the rest of the whale, we're just making the tooth. Yeah. How do we make the glass clear? So there's a really interesting question about how do we make the glass clear? Now, it's kind of a tricky little thing about science and about the molecules that are inside of the glass itself. Glass is mostly a material called silica. Silica, when it forms in nature, is quartz, which is a type of crystal. And that's why it's clear, because it's the same material. So that's 67 to 72% silica in the glass that we use. It also has a little bit of material called soda, which is a type of salt. Soda and silica, when they're together, it lowers the melting temperature. So silica melts at 3,400 degrees Fahrenheit. When we add soda, it drops that temperature down to about 2,000 degrees. However, when we add silica and soda together, it creates a glass that falls apart in water. It's not a very durable glass. So we have to add a third ingredient, crushed up limestone, called lime. That has a lot of calcium in it. And that calcium carbonate makes it a very strong, durable glass. When all three of those materials are together and they are heated up, they fuse together and they look clear. Yeah. Great. So in addition to those three main ingredients of glass, we can also use other, what we call metal oxides. We can use other chemicals added to that mix in order to make different colors. So things like blue can be made from cobalt. Gold can give us a beautiful ruby red color. We can even use materials like uranium to make glow-in-the-dark green glass. It's a neon glass that glows under black light. So Piri's adding some details. She's using that paddle to make a small mark on the work in order to help Gabe know where we're going to drill some holes into this particular whale's tooth. Yeah, flip side. How do we take the glass off the tooth? Well, it's just going to be, off the pipe? Yeah. So in a few minutes, we'll actually see that. I'll point it out to you when they do that. We're going to add a little bit of water to it, and we're going to break the glass. And that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell everybody about that when it happens. It's going to happen pretty soon. Yeah. At least this part of it. So we're adding a hole to the whale's tooth, and we're doing that by heating up a tungsten bit in a drill and then drilling into the glass itself. Because the tungsten drill is nice and hot, we can actually go right through that glass. Yeah. Let me find out. So the holes are a reference to the tradition of body adornment, including necklaces, jewelry, other objects that can be worn. So that hole helps out with that. The next step is that we need to get this off of the blowpipe. So Gabe's going to take a little bit of cold water and drip it onto the glass. That creates enough thermal shock that it cracks the glass. So when we tap the blowpipe, it pops right off. That's how we break it free from the blowpipe. But then we have to cool it down very slowly. So Gabe and Maxime are going over to one of the annealing ovens, which will hold the glass at 920 degrees for about 12 hours. That'll make sure that every single molecule in that glass is all at 920 degrees before we drop it down the rest of the way. If we don't do that, the stress, all of those molecules, they'll be in tension, and they can shatter and break unexpectedly if we don't anneal the glass properly. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a great question, a wonderful observation. You noticed that when we used the torch, it changed the color of the glass slightly. That's because I think it was a bit of what we call a striking color. So it strikes at a certain temperature, and we have to keep it just like that in order to maintain that sort of silvery look. If we reheat it, we can take that strike off of it. We can turn it back to white. So it's a chemical change of the glass itself. Yeah. Fantastic. So our artist visiting us all the way from New Zealand is Piri Cowie, and she's right there in the yellow talking with Gabe about the next step. These are some of the drawings from her sketchbook, so it gives you an idea of the work that she's going for, referencing these eels, tuna, that are incredibly important to Maori culture. I think so, yeah. Yeah, it should. For those that are able to come back on Sunday at 2 p.m., Piri will be giving an artist talk, so she'll be able to share more about her work. So again, that's Sunday at 2 p.m. for what we call Shop Talk here at Museum of Glass. You can hear more directly from the artist about her work. So now that we've got that next tooth put away into the annealing oven, Piri and Gabe are working together to figure out the next steps, the next process. While off to the left side of the studio, Sarah is starting on the next piece. Looks like this one has a little bit of what we call frit added to it, which is glass that instead of being ground to a very fine powder, is sort of larger chunks of glass. They look a little bit like pebbles. So Sarah's reheating that bubble of glass with a little bit of the frit over top of it. Off to the left side of the studio. She's then smoothing out the piece, rolling it back and forth on the marver. And you can see the difference in texture between the powder and the frit. As frit melts, it becomes sort of splotchy over the work. What's up, David? Doing all right, brother?
Yeah, thank
Good.
you.
Absolutely.
I have a doctor's confirmation that they printed out for you. Left it in the car, but I can get it if you want.
I trust you. Not a couple of whale teeth so far,
Okay.
and there's a Science of Art group. So yeah,
I did check out the live stream yesterday, so I'm
Oh,
aware
good, yeah.
about the blanks, the rolls
Awesome.
that we're making.
cool.
Excited?
It's gonna be great. Yeah,
Yeah. Here, just give me a second. I can.
totally. Yeah, yeah. So when we work with the powdered glass, one of the things that we can do is create stencils and outlines and templates that can help us make everything exactly how we want it to be. So Piri will be working occasionally through the day, as well as preparing the work for sandblasting. We can actually cut out pieces of what we call butter cut, this heavy-duty contact paper that works as a mask that protects the glass from a sandblaster. The sandblaster shoots a lot of sand at the glass, cutting the glass, cutting into it, creating a different surface. So by working on this process, Piri will be able to add eels to the outside of the whale teeth. So the white whale teeth might have some clear eels on the outside of it. We want to make sure that the outside of the glass is nice and smooth. So it looks like we're waiting for just a little bit for the glass to cool down. That way we can add more glass to the outside of it, encasing in clear glass. We are very proud to be a Blue Star Museum this summer. So starting May 18th, free admission to active duty military personnel and their families. Bring your military ID and get into Museum of Glass free all summer long. We're really excited about this program and to be a part of this. Of course, absolutely, yeah. And we also kick off being open 7 days a week. So every day of the week you can come by Museum of Glass and see what's happening. We'll have some artists on Mondays and Tuesdays, other artists working on residencies Wednesday through Sunday. But every day, something new and exciting. You can find out more about our upcoming schedule of visiting artists at museumofglass.org, as well as watch live stream of the Museum of Glass Hot Shop every single day that we're open. You can actually watch all of this activity. The screen that you see up on the top of the Museum of Glass Hot Shop, you can have that on your computer at home or streaming on your mobile device. What's that? One more question? Any other questions from my friends from Miss Spears' class? How do they take it off? So we off of the blowpipe. So we add a little bit of water to it, and that water shatters the glass. Because it's such a big change in temperature, the glass breaks. And when it breaks, it falls off of that blowpipe. Okay? Excellent. All right, friends from Hillside, have a wonderful rest of your tour today. If you follow Elizabeth, she'll take you to your next station. Bye. There'll be 3 more classes of second graders coming through today. So, yeah, there are a lot of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's the ones that like, yeah. They're trying really hard. They've been part of a program called Science of Art. So we go out in the classroom and we do class lessons. This is the same group of students coming through this class. They're all built on it, yeah. So yeah, this one's a fun one. They looked at we gave them like a little piece of metal, a little piece of wood, and a little piece of glass, and they sort of did a scientific exploration of all the characteristics of the 3 materials. And they talk about how artists and scientists both have to make these choices. And then they'll make like little wind chimes today, basically, out of all 3 materials. Oh, fun. Good. Any questions? All right. Just get comfy down there. It's all you, David. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Cowie. Some of the patterns that we're going to be using later today. So she has some buttercut tape. It's like a 3M pattern. She's going to make the patterns out of that, and then we can apply them to our grawls, our blanks, sand combos in the back of the museum, and then Well, that was definitely a nice maneuver. So when we gather a little bit too much glass, you'll notice that Sarah just lets go of some excess glass. And by the way, we do recycle our glass here at the museum. So this glass we will reuse. If not in this studio, we also have a smaller studio that travels around the U.S. They will take that glass also, so it will be reused. The glass that ends up on the ground, it's a different story, especially if it's colored. Hi, how are you doing today? You're doing great? Right on. Gabe's doing great too, by the way. So I know everyone's just settling in here, so we can give you a few minutes, and we can even introduce you to our Hot Shop team, and of course, our visiting artist, who is setting up some patterns for our next projects. But we'll give everyone a few minutes to settle in, all right? Oh, I'm excited for Friday, too. Ooh, nice unicorn cap. I like that. I'm loving it. All right, well. Oh, I love it, too. So here, we're going to give everyone a few minutes to settle in. But as we begin, my name is David. If you have questions, you let me know, okay? You can raise your hand or shout my name. I like that energy already, my man, all right? I can take your question right now if you would like. Yeah, what's up? Question, comments, concerns? So why do we stick those weird poles inside the fire? Well, we are going to find out here in a few seconds. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the museum. Thanks for stopping by. Once again, my name is David. If you have questions, I am more than happy to answer any questions. But let's introduce, first of all, our visiting artist this week. Our visiting artist is standing by to get ready some patterns that we will be using later today, all right? So before we jump into our pattern, our design that's going on, I just want to touch bases on what's going on the hot shop floor, and then we can resume back here to understand what will happen and what will occur with the patterns and the stencils that we are creating now, okay? Because we will use these later on. But very quickly, let's also start off on our left-hand side of our hot shop crew. Today makes the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artists, by the way. Now, our team has already begun the process, and yes, they have already applied a little bit of colored glass. So on the outside, we've sifted some white powdered glass, and we can see this color right here in our bags. Does everyone see this? This is how our color comes to us, or one way. The way that color is made is we add different metals from the periodic table, right? So different metals will produce a different color. I'm just going to take, for instance, one color, red and pink glass. So how many of you guys like red and pink glass? Can you raise your hand very quickly? Oh, you like red, my man? So you have expensive taste because red and pink glass is made from gold. So it makes it some of the most expensive color in the glass industry. That's as far as we want to go into color because I don't want to confuse you. We are working with that powdered glass in a controlled environment. So that powdered glass can just go into the air and into our lungs. So we are working with it in a controlled environment. Although we are beginning the demonstration on the left-hand side, we will be moving to the center as the demonstration progresses. But at this time, let's introduce these round barrels or reheating chambers or glory holes, what we call them. I don't know where the name is coming from, by the way. That's just the name, I guess. These are about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And I could open these doors right here, but Gabe would get really, really hot. So we're going to hold off on that. This chamber is about 2,300 degrees. And unlike other pieces of equipment, we turn this one off at night. So when it's 5 o'clock and we're done, we can turn it off. That's typically a good time to place your lunch in there if you want to reheat it. But they take about 2 hours to climb back to its 2,300 degree mark. Gabe, is this a grawl? Ooh, okay. So we are working on a whale tooth today on our end of the rod here. Now we've layered it with blue on the inside. Do you like blue glass, blue color? It's nice, right? You love it too, my man? So on the inside of there's blue glass, and on the outside, there's white glass, all right? The reason that we've layered the color is so that we can then carve the color on top to expose the bottom layer color. So we can make different patterns this way. The artwork that you're seeing here today, the process is very similar to our Raven in the box of daylight. We do use buttercut tape, which again, it's a very thick 3M product that will allow us to adhere it to glass so we can carve out different patterns. So if you wanted a smiley face on the glass, we could print out a smiley face in our buttercut, tape it, and then sandblast it. That is the process that's going to occur later, all right? But before we get to that, we do need to make some of these cups. These are blanks that are going to be used, and right now we are making a whale tooth that will also be a blank we can carve into later on. What's up, team? How you guys doing today? You guys enjoying it? It's Thursday. I was just talking about. You guys excited? And you guys are in a field trip, so it's pretty awesome. It's like you guys don't have school today. You have an hour and 15 after you're done here at school? Well, do you guys have a plan on what you're going to be doing? You're going to be playing like Foursquare? Is that what I heard? Oh, so you guys have an after-school program, right on. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. If you're 12 and under, you can be part of our Kids Design Glass program here at the museum. So you can draw your own design, and then you can submit it to the museum and have a chance of that piece being made out of glass. But we can check out the team right now. They are using a pair of cork pads. It's a very dense layer of cork that we can use to squish that bubble into shape. So I do want to explain one of the processes that occurred here in our piece. Do we notice that there's a kind of a waist point, a constriction? We call that the jack line. So Gabe has already made the jack line, and that is how he will separate, will be the whale tooth from the steel rod itself. Anytime the glass gets hot, it becomes red and orange. Now that is coming from the intense heat that we are working with. Regardless of its true color, it will always turn red and orange. Do you guys have any questions that I can answer? Yes, my man, what's up? I'm going to make my way to the center here shortly. We'll start on this end and work our way in. How do we make it come off the metal? So there's already a break-off point that we've made. We call it the jack line. You have a question right here, my man? So what happens if we touch the glass, essentially, right? Well, we would burn ourselves and probably go to the doctor. Now, our team, they're trained professionals, so burns are not happening too often. I would say that I get burned more in my kitchen than I do here in our hot shop floor. Do you have a question? So the protective gear that we're wearing here, right? Your question is about, notice Gabe, he's working with the glass. He's not wearing gloves. He's not wearing sleeves. Now, their body is acclimated, so it means that they're used to the heat that they're exposed to at this time. You have a question here? I'm going to make my way to the center after you, all right? After your question. So glass starts to move at approximately around 1800 degrees. It becomes all malleable and molten. When it drops around 1300 degrees, it becomes more of a solid or becomes stable. Question right here? What's up, my man? Doesn't the heat burn our eyes? Well, our team, they need to be wearing some form of safety glasses or something to protect our beautiful eyes. Other safety precautions that we take is that we're not always staring directly inside of the chamber. You'll notice there's a screen mesh, and we tend to look through that mesh instead of directly staring inside. We also don't allow open-toed shoes here in our studio, so no sandals. Another thing we don't allow here, or we like to wear, is cotton, so natural fibers. Polyester, like basketball shorts, that can melt to your skin if exposed and working right next to the chambers. So the wooden paddles that we have here, we purchased this from a company, but all the wood that you see here in our studio, you can assume it's made out of some form of fruit wood. So when we burn it, it smells like a barbecue here in our studio, but in reality, it's just because this wood lasts longer than any other type of wood because it contains more moisture. Ooh, that is a nice whale tooth there. And remember, we are going to carve patterns and designs on the surface. So there's still a lot more work that needs to go on even after we are done. Question here. How much time does it take to make glass? So our whale tooth will take about 30 minutes and then needs to cool down for about 12 and a half hours. And then maybe another hour or two of working on it to carve the pattern on the surface. Question? That's a fantastic question, my man. How hot are the furnaces? So very quickly, let's just touch upon them. The reheating chamber or glory hole we are using to reheat the glass, make it more malleable. This chamber is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, our furnace where the actual molten glass is being brought out of, I know it's quite hot, right? This is about the same temperature as a molten lava. So 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, this oven will be left on all year around. Our furnaces will be on for about 10 years. 10 years, a decade, before we turn them off to do any maintenance on them. Question right here, my man. Why do we even make glass? Because it's awesome and it's so cool. Have you toured around through the galleries just quite yet? No, all right. Well, when you tour through the Mr. Preston Singletary's Raven in the Box of Daylight, you will notice that there's a lot of similarities on the process that you are seeing right here on this table. Do you have a question right here? How do you recreate the glass? So our glass is coming from North Carolina spruce pine. Out there, they are mining a quartz mountain. Literally a mountain is where our glass material is coming from. So this is a very high quality of glass. It is not your average beach sand. Question. Oh, okay. I can explain that here. So we had a question, why isn't this oven or chamber on? Now you notice the equipment around the museum, it's oversized. This is some of the largest glass making equipment in the entire globe. This chamber that you see here, it's so large that I myself can fit inside of here. And I'm a pretty big person and I can fit inside of here. So when we use this oven, it's because we're creating something extraordinarily large. Question right here. But even the chamber in the center, that one's really large too. How hot are the main furnaces? So once again, the one that we're using to make the glass hot, 2,300 degrees. And that's simply too hot to reheat your lunch or like make anything in. Because I've tried it before, like preheating my lunch, and it's never successful. It's just way too hot. Question right here. How do you do it? Our fuel source, our equipment here is powered by natural gas. That is what we're burning here. There is some studios that use electricity, but in our studio it is more functional if we use. Do we have a picture of what we're going to be creating? I don't think we do for this specific project, but we do have the pattern and the designs that will be placed on top. And here, after we take some of these questions, we can explain a little bit more about our visiting artists and what will be occurring these next few days, because there is a large idea that we're going to be working on. Question. Or here, actually, let me take the question here in the center, then I can make my way. Do we ever get really hot? All the time, sweetie. But luckily, this museum, our engineer and architect, they added a giant fan up there. Does everyone see? So as it gets hotter, we can accelerate the hot air rising so we stay cool. And if you put your hand out here, do you guys notice there's like a breeze out here? So there's constant fresh air flowing into our hot shop. I would say it's probably hotter where you're sitting than where I'm standing because there's this fresh air. Question over here. So why don't we turn off the furnace? If we turn it off right now, this instance, it's going to take about 1 week to cool down, and then another week to climb back to its molten state. So we just wasted 2 weeks waiting for glass to heat up. So instead of waiting, we just leave them on all year around. Another thing is, by turning it on and off, glass is very corrosive. So it eats away at the pot that it sits in. Actually, let's make our way back down here to this side. Okay, I'm going to come back down here in a few minutes, all right, team? Question? Do I usually get sweaty because it is so hot? Oh, yes. It does get quite hot here, especially during our summertime. How do you know what you're going to make? So this is one of the highest levels of professional glass blowing. Before we step onto our hot shop floor, there's always a team meeting that happens between our visiting artist and then our gaffer. So our gaffer is Gabe. Gabe is in charge of translating our visiting artists from ideas to the glass. So you'll notice that our visiting artist and Gabe will communicate a lot pretty much throughout the whole process. If we notice something that we don't like, this is the time to adjust it so the next one can be even better. Question at the top? Oh, here. Can you repeat that? Because that torch is really loud. The soda ash. Okay, so some of the raw ingredients. I don't know exactly where all that stuff is coming from our manufacturer, but it's like the Krabby Patty from SpongeBob. It's a secret formula. We don't know exactly what they're adding, but they are making a very high quality glass. We'll take one more question here, and then we can take the questions on the end. Why do we use that giant torch? So this torch is about 2,500 degrees. Again, it is propane, and it's just a touch is ready to go. We use the torch to ensure that our glass does not break or crack. So when we enter our reheating chamber, our glory hole, it gets everything hot. And oftentimes, we don't want everything hot. We want a specific area hot. All right. So I'm going to start off down here, and I'll make my way to the front, all right? What's up, my man? So our flames here, how do we increase the temperature of them? We can increase the amount of oxygen going into our flames. So our equipment here, there's a computer essentially regulating everything, so we don't have to think about that. But if you wanted a higher temperature in the flame, you would just add more oxygen. You have a question? So you're noticing a great observation, by the way. You're noticing that the team is constantly rotating the rod, right? So they're never stopped. If they stop, the glass begins to fall down. In this case, we've let it stabilize so it doesn't fall. But when that mass is hot, you need to continue to turn it. Before I take your question, right now we are using a tungsten drill bit to create a hole in our glass. By creating a hole, we are going to give ourselves the ability to continue to introduce more air into our whale tooth. So in correction, the holes that are drilled are for adornment. So oh, this idea just through the roof right now, right? So I do want to explain. So everyone, can we, so very quickly, as our visiting artist is down here, notice her necklace, right? Isn't it cute, right? But notice the adornment. So there's holes, and then the very top of this piece is going to be cut also. So there's still a lot process that needs to occur. Although our team got done with this in about 30 minutes, you could easily add maybe 2 hours in the cold shop and then another 12 and a half hours to cool down. So if this is left out here in the open right now, that piece is going to break, crack, or even explode due to the ambient temperature. It's just going to shock the glass into breaking, cracking, or even exploding. So to prevent it, it will slowly cool down in a controlled environment for the next few hours. Can we give a round of applause to our visiting artists and also our hot shop crew here? So remember that we are going to carve a pattern on the inside. There is blue color on the outside with white on the outside. If we do this correctly, we're going to be able to remove the white to expose the bottom layer of blue and then create different patterns. And our visiting artist is pointing out some of the patterns that will be placed on the surface. And I know we have our Science of Art group here in the front, and there were some questions that we asked, I believe, on page 14 that we need to answer, and we're going to cover those here in a second about how energy is moved from one place to another. So let me start from the ends, and then I can work my way in the end, okay? And then after these next few questions, I just want to stop and then talk about how we begin the process, because unfortunately you only saw the very end, but you didn't get to see the beginning part. So we can quickly just start some questions. So what is this big machine? You're right ahead of the process. So right here we have a garage. The garage is a temporary place where we can store glass to keep it warm. If we want to work with color, we first need to preheat our color. If I want to use this orange color right now, and I stab it up, it's just going to end up on the ground. I need to preheat it for about 30 minutes. And right here we see our visiting artist palette. Again, colors are just made by adding different metals. I am going to pass around a bar of color. So you guys will start it off. This is my bar, so make sure no one takes it. Just keep passing it along. Don't drop it. You guys can inspect it. But we've cut off a little bit of that bar. It depends on our artist how dense the color layer should be. I'm going to take your questions here in a little bit. I just need to set up what's going on here. Well, we have Maxine down here, and he's gathered a little bit of glass on the end of the rod, and he's stabbed up a piece of blue color. Now, our first step is to make that color more malleable. Right now, it's in a long bar, and we want to make it short. Now, it doesn't matter what color we work with. Notice that it just looks red and orange. So our fuel source here is natural gas, and there's a burner on the inside. Let me get you a diagram on our big screen here of our chambers that we have. That might simplify it. There we go. So essentially, it's a round barrel on its side lined with fire brick to insulate and keep the heat inside. And there's 2 burners on the inside of there. So do you have questions over here? Is it made out of lava? Which piece of equipment? Those 2? So it's just bright red and orange because of the intense heat that we're working with. But again, it's just like a barrel on its side.
How do you make the sculpture?
The large sculptures, how do we make that? So all of glass starts pretty the same as a coloring application. And I do want to explain what's going on right here because we are getting ready to apply color. Well, on our hot shop floor on our left, we also have Sarah. Now, Sarah has started by gathering on a blowpipe and introducing an air bubble into the massive glass. What we will be doing is coloring our glass next. So if you're wondering how we apply color, we're going to show you how this process is done. Oh, look at this coloring application. We take that color on the top, and now it is all up to Sarah to spread that color evenly around the bubble. Now, this color will be exposed later on in the process when the glass is cold. Yes. So the glass, how do we keep it from melting or getting too hot in this case? So we use our reheating chamber here, the glory hole. So if we stop using it, in a few minutes our glass can get cold enough that it just breaks or cracks. Sorry, I was just checking out some of the work from yesterday. So once again, today is the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artist. With the artwork that was made yesterday is just come out of our annealer on the right. As it cools down, we can bring it out, but it is warm to the touch right now. The glass artwork that's made here today will also need to cool down for about 12 and a half hours. Why do we need the coolers for? Okay, so when we look at history of glass, melting sand into glass, now that was easy, my man. It was preventing it from breaking. That took us the longest period in history. Nowadays, we know better. There's a formula that we can use to figure that out, but even the Egyptians struggled with the annealing process. But like I said, now we know better. So glass has no limits. If you can dream of it, if you can imagine it, it can be made one way or another. And remember, some of you guys have the opportunity to be part of our Kids Design Glass program where you can design your own piece, submit it to the museum, and then have a chance of that piece winning and being made out of the glass. We have a traveling collection right now at the SeaTac Airport. Question. Actually, let's take the question right here because I haven't answered your question. What's up, my man? How can you become a glass maker? So there's various ways you can become a glass maker. Our Kids Design Glass piece, I would recommend just make the description funny. Make us laugh and giggle. That goes a long way. So can we turn the glass back into sand? Yes, we can, but after hundreds of years, that will happen. So Sarah is getting ready for another layer of color, thank you. To make something larger, to make something bigger, we will repeat this process of gathering or collecting the glass. So right now, we can describe our piece as 2 gathers. 2 gathers is enough glass to maybe make a large cup or a small vessel. But in this case, we are making a whale tooth. Question right here. Can you say that a little louder for me? Do we use a big heating oven there? Not too often. If you see that turned on, we're going to be making something incredibly, incredibly large. In this case, we don't need it on today, but we will turn it on maybe 7 days a year, something like that, maybe 10, I don't know. I'm not too sure. It's hard to gauge that number. We don't use it too often, though. Down here? The pipe, the steel rods that we use here. So the steel rods are made out of a stainless steel alloy, and it's a very poor conductor of heat, so our hands are not burning. Notice where our hands are located. So Maxine down here, our assistant working with glass right now, you'll notice where his hand placement is at. It's never towards the tip of the rod where it becomes dull gray and black. If we place our hand on that discoloration, we can probably go home early with a severe burn. Now, typically after a gather, we use a wooden block. And the wooden block is used to ensure that our bubble will blow out symmetrically, more like a balloon and not like a potato. You have a question here at the top? What is my favorite thing here? Is that your question? So, one of my favorite pieces right now, that's a tough one. There's a lot of good pieces out in our collection. When you tour through the museum, through our galleries, if you have time, you can always come back here, and if you have a favorite piece of yours, come down here and we can discuss it, we can talk about it, we can maybe even explain how it was made. Question? This oven right here, so this is the oven we use to preheat the color that we're working with today. So the color that we're using for this morning, it's already inside of here. For our second half of the day, before we take our lunch break, we'll probably communicate about what's going to happen and then load in the color for the afternoon. So we'll always have to think ahead of the process. We can take some questions right here on this end. Yeah, what's up, my man? 2 questions? Hopefully got 2 answers for you. Ooh. So you saw some of those big pieces over the Cowie Bridge, right? Those pieces are incredibly large. Yes, some of them were made in our studio, but some of those larger pieces, like the blue ones in the tower, those aren't actually glass. Those are made out of an acrylic that's made to look like it's glass. Or actually, let's take a question right here. How do we form the material? There's so many different ways we can form our glass, and there's so many different formulas around the globe. Our formula is made just specifically for the process that you see in front of you today. Our massive glass we can now describe as 3 gathers of glass. Question. What's the gray oven over here? That is another furnace that we have. We just alternate between using them to ensure a good quality glass. So if we notice we're gathering like stones or bubbles, we can stop using it and just alternate to the other one. Okay, so let's touch bases on this a little bit right now. So our visiting artist is coming all the way from New Zealand, and she's going to be here for a few days. Now, there's a few ways how the museum works. Essentially, artisans from across the globe can apply to come to our museum. If you are chosen, you can receive up to 5 days with our professional crew that can make anything their heart desires. Our visiting artist will come with different ideas that she wants translated into glass. So right now, our visiting artist, Piri Cowie, is designing different both eels that are indigenous to New Zealand. They can only be found in New Zealand. Just like how salmon, they're migratory, so they travel in our areas. The eels are representative of her culture. Hope I got that right there. All right, so that is some of the designs, and that's something that we're playing with here at the museum. Right now, Piri is using different stencils. This is a 3M product. It's buttercut. It's a very thick vinyl that she can place on the glass, so then we can carve that pattern into it. A different style that she has done using this is cooling down in our oven right now. Those are still warm to the touch, but I can bring them out as the day progresses so we can see where our starting point is at. The artwork that we're exploring here today, again, is the process of this buttercut is similar to what you see in our Preston Singletary Raven in the Box of Daylight. Right now, the Museum of Glass is hosting 2 indigenous galleries in our museum. And for that reason, the Museum of Glass this summer has invited different indigenous artists from across the globe for a residency during this summer here at the Museum of Glass. And this is starting off this series this year. Piri is our first artist to kick off this series. And so we are very glad to have her here in our museum. And today is just the second day of her residency. She will be back until Sunday, and when she will give a lecture on Sunday. Yesterday, we made a lot of blanks for her. It's the simple cups. Now, here in our Pacific Northwest area, we are the mecca of glass blowings. I have friends who have moved out from New York and California just to continue their career here in our area. Now, we are also the melting pot of the glass blowing techniques. So this technique that you're seeing here is a Swedish technique known as a grawl. It's a blank. The pattern will be carved, then heated up, and then picked up here in the hot shop, and then blown into a larger sculpture and vessel. And so there's still a lot of work that needs to happen. Essentially, the artwork that you're seeing here today is essentially prep work for artwork that will continue to be made in our studio. So there's a long process that needs to occur. We can take your question here at the top. So the furnaces, why are they so shiny hot? Hold on, wait a minute. Do you guys want to feel some of the heat right now? Yes? All right, I like that. You guys want to feel some of the heat? Come on, guys. You guys want to feel some of the heat? All right, that's better. So very, very quickly, I'm going to open this glory hole, all right, everyone? This chamber, again, is about 2,300 degrees. So you guys are going to check out the rest of the museum, all right? If you guys find a piece from our gallery you guys want to talk about, come down here. We can discuss it, chat about it, and even explain how it was made. You guys are going to be touring the rest of the museum, all right, everyone? Bye, everyone. Take care. Enjoy your Thursday. Come back and visit us during the summer. Again, this is just the start of our Indigenous series here at the museum. How big are the glasses that I make? I don't make big things, man. It's really hard to make big things. What's up? Why do we do glass? Because it's really awesome, man. If you ever wanted to become a glassmaker, you'll understand because it's so fun. It really is a unique property to work with. Take care. And again, we are the melting pot of glass blowing here. I have a lot of friends who've moved out to our area just to continue their career. Maxine here, our intern with our Museum of Glass, he's coming all the way from Biot, France, spending a little bit over a month with our hot shop crew, just learning the glass blowing process. And we teach the future too, so we have interns from across the US and the globe just to experience glass a little bit more. So you'll notice all around the hot shop floor, we have these steel tables. We refer to them as a marver. So Gabe right now, he's marvering the glass, but essentially he's giving a set of directions to the glass. By marvering that tip, he's telling that end to remain thicker. Now, before we go any further in our process, we need to set up our bubble for the next phase. The wet pad of newspaper, yes, that is just newspaper, and it is just the Wall Street Journal. It's not as harsh as the steel table, so it still draws out heat, but not as much. We create a jack line. The jack line is how we separate the usable glass, so the whale tooth, from the steel rod. And I know our glass doesn't look anything like a tooth yet, but we have already designated the break-off area. And you'll notice how the team is broken up. Gabe is our gaffer again. He's in charge of translating these ideas into glass. He is then assisted by a pole turner. That is Maxine. His job is to give the adequate heat and put downwards pressure on what the heat that Gabe has called for. Lastly, we have Sarah, who's standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. So we're listening for keywords like blow hard or blow soft. So we can use a little bit of compressed air to cool down certain areas. Now, the glory hole that we use, it has an uneven heat. Regardless what we do, the tip will always get hotter than the back part. And for that reason, we can either use the torch or a little bit of compressed air to counteract the glory hole. So notice what happens to the glass when we use that torch on it. Now what's occurring is the metals that are used to create that color, they're on the surface. And when you place them in a low oxygen environment, the metals are rising to the surface in search of oxygen, and they reveal the metals. So it brings the metals that metallic look. And that can be part of this design or process if we would like it to be. You notice how our visiting artist, Piri, and our gaffer, Gabe, they communicate about what they like, what can be done, and for the next one, how can we make it better? And that's how the museum operates and rolls. We take it one piece at a time, and you're constantly learning as a glass maker, and practice makes perfect. Well, I did just overhear that we are going to continue this project, but we are going to make it larger, so bigger, right? The next one will take a little longer because we need to gather more mass, but this is the series that we are going to be focusing on here today. Once again, we are working on whale teeth, but there will be a pattern that's carved on the surface. We've made sure that that color's at the very top, so we can use the sand carving process to eliminate the white color and expose the bottom color of blue. Now, if it doesn't look right on the end of the rod, it's not going to look right in our hands. So we always go back and we refine it, make sure we are happy with the orientation and its look. So hot air rises. So we're just using a paddle to shield our visiting artist, Piri, from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Now Gabe's body, his hands are acclimated to the temperature that we are working with. Well, it's time to place the holes. Once again, this piece, we will also cut the very top of it in a different orientation. That's going to be happening later on. Essentially, this is just a blank canvas for our artist. So tungsten has a higher melting point than glass does, which allows us to drill that hole through our whale tooth. How you feeling, Maxine? Warm, oh, definitely. Well, this piece is essentially complete. Once again, this is just a blank, so there's a lot more detail that will occur. Once again, the process that you're seeing now is very similar to the artwork that's sitting in our Preston Singletary show, Raven in the Box of Daylight, a blank that can be carved into later on. The last step we take is to build the heat on the very back end. We're just ensuring that there's movement coming essentially from the rod. This is telling that the glass makers that the crack that we're about to form is simply too hot to spread and ruin our piece. Maxine has suited up in a heat protective layer and Kevlar gloves. We wait for that subtle movement, and with a little bit of water added from a file, we create a controlled crack. A slight tap breaks it free. A little hot torch action will remove the sharp edge and also prevent the crack from spreading and ruining it. What a fantastic sculpture. Can we give a round of applause to our visiting artists and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? This is just the start of our residency here with our visiting artists. Again, there's still a lot more detail that will occur later on when the glass is cold. Now, the pieces that you see here on our pedestal, these are gauze, these are blanks. You'll notice that they're very thick, and this is a Swedish technique. What we will do is we're gonna carve a pattern on these, heat them back up, and then blow these art into a larger sculpture. So this work takes quite some time to make. For that reason, we started off with a lot of these gauze or blanks here at the museum. And even today, we are working on blanks that our visiting artist can then take back to her studio and continue to work on. And look at the team go. They're already heating up the color for the next one. And it will be larger, right? Is that what I overheard earlier? Yes, it's going to be larger, so we're going to add more mass this time around. The way that we make something larger, the way we make something bigger, is we will repeat the process of gathering. Our last piece, I believe, was 3 gathers. We can describe it as that. This time around, we will take some additional gathers from our furnace. Here we are melting 1,000 pounds of this molten material at about the temperature of molten lava. Now, our furnaces will be on all year around. They won't take a holiday break, a weekend off, or a vacation. Oh no, buddy, they have the heart of a champion. Now, the furnace on our left-hand side, this is one of our new pieces of equipment, and that oven will remain on for 10 years before we do maintenance. So it does have the heart of a champion. Now, our first step is to actually preheat the rod before we gather. That will ensure that the glass can adhere properly. How are we doing, Maxine? Oh, yeah. So we have some color on the end of that rod. Once again, it is blue, but it will just look red and orange due to the intense heat. Now, at this stage, that color is not malleable enough. It's still quite cold. So we're going to ensure that that piece has a lot of movement. All right. So the way that we work with colors, we're going to follow Gabe here for a starting bubble. Now, Gabe, this time around, he has a blowpipe. So it's essentially a large metal straw. All right. So once again, we marver. The marver is giving the glass a set of instructions to follow. It's cooling down the sides while keeping the tip hot. That way, when we pressurize the rod, that air is going to push forward. There's two ways we can introduce that air bubble. Either blowing out or blowing as hard as we can until eventually we build pressure, or by pressurizing the rod. A little bit of air, finger goes over the blowpipe. That air has nowhere to go but to expand and pierce the massive glass, and that is science right there. A little bit of pressure and a little bit of heat. So that is our starting bubble. The next step is to take the solid color, place it on top of that bubble. There is a possibility that the glass in your home is probably colored in a similar fashion. It is possible for it to be solid color, but that is more like industrial glass. Now, as long as we place clear glass on that surface, it's going to magnify that color and make it look solid, although we now know it's just a little bit of color that we are actually using. So my history teacher would play this song all the time. All the time. Every single day we went into class, the song was playing. I love it now, though. Now, the difficult thing is ensuring that that color goes on even. I would say from personal experience, it's easier to get a fade, so maybe thick at the bottom and thinner at the top. But to have that color evenly, it takes a little bit more practice. Once again, my name is David. Now, I've been working with glass for about 9 years. Luckily, here in our Tacoma area, we are one of the only places in the country that teach glass blowing at middle school and in high school. So the middle school and high school that we have here, the same ones that Dale Chihuly went to, there's a glass blowing program in those schools now. And again, it's one of the only places in the country. And I'm lucky to be part of those programs. which eventually led me here to the museum. So I am more than happy to share my experience of glass as well as my knowledge of this wonderful material. Now, since our next piece is going to be a lot larger, we're going to apply the color differently this time around. We're going to be making a cup. So down here in the center, Gabe is going to be making a simple cup. We will then stuff that cup. We're going to fill it with molten material. And so that's going to be occurring here today. So that's the plan for our next piece. This just will allow us for the color to be right on the very outside of our piece and not on the inside. Ooh, this is the actual glass blowing part. Maxine's standing by, blowing air. Gabe then takes the pad of newspaper. When we blow air, it takes the path of least resistance, so wherever the bubble is hotter. So on our left, Sarah has gathered on a blowpipe, and she's going to be gathering the necessary mass to fill our cup here that we're making in the center. So you'll notice that Gabe will just go back and gauge to see how much material we will need. And it just takes experience as a glass maker. I know the first few times that I stuffed the cup, you either go under the cup or over the cup. You just have to gauge it. You have to eyeball it. Now, luckily, I'm sure Gabe has stuffed thousands of cups, so he's probably better at gauging how much mass will fit inside of this one.
Now, we could take a little bit of plain old water and place it inside of our furnace. What this will do, it's going to ensure that when Sarah gathers the next layer, she's not going to gather like air bubbles or impurities. The water will just burst the bubbles that are on the surface. Well, let's find out where our stuff will occur. I want to make sure everyone gets a nice view of this. Now, what makes stuffing a cup difficult is that if we do any sudden movement or something occurs, a giant air bubble is trapped immediately. Might as well at that point start all over again. So there is very little room for any error to occur. Sarah's going to gather the last layer that will act like glue to seal both the cup and the mass together. And we are going to focus our attention on the ring that's placed on the hot shop floor. That's where our stuffing will occur. Now our color is on the very surface of our mass. And that's very important for these next few steps and the technique that we are working with here today. When you look through Mr. Preston Singletary's Raven in the Box of Daylight, nearly every single piece in that collection was made using this process, stuffing a cup. I believe we will be adding a few layers on top, and then for the final layer of color, we're going to sift it on the surface. Now in glass making, there is a lot of waiting. We wait for the glass to heat up, as we do wait for it to cool down. It looks like
Once again, I was working with Carmel Marsh for the landing, and this is kind of a place where people will congregate and meet, and a lot of people, it's kind of in the centre of the town. Within the landing, you will see images that represent our culture, our Ngāi Tahu culture. One of the symbols that we came up with was the kuri. So the kuri was brought over with our tupuna. They are a companion, also a good hunter, and a taonga. And so I really, they're quite significant to our people and to be respected. You'll also see the titi referenced there, and the tōroa, the albatross. You'll see the hokioi, the haast eagle, but it's also referencing our ancient Ngāi Tahu rock art forms and how our tupuna would draw these symbols of these manu on the walls, on the caves, with kokowai. It's important to make sure that our culture is visible, that we are visible, Ngāi Tahu are visible within our spaces and our environment and our new buildings that we're creating within the city. It's a great opportunity to share some of our kōrero, and that's important for our tamariki and our whānau to come.
So our visiting artist is coming all the way from New Zealand, spent a few days with our hot shop team. Right now, by the way, so our visiting artist is from the south of New Zealand, right? All right, south, exactly. Read it correctly. From the Oh, looks like our school group is coming in. What's up, everyone? How are you guys doing today? Good? So, since I am going to make my way up there in a bit, okay? So I can explain what's going on here, and then I can hang out with you all up there, okay, in a few minutes. Sound good? All right. So hold on to your questions because we can hang out and we can answer all those questions. I do want to begin by introducing our visiting artists this lovely morning. We have Piri, Cowie, joining us all the way from New Zealand to take over our studio for the next few days. Today is the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artists. Now, in our galleries, we do have local and indigenous artists being displayed here at the museum. To kick off our summer, we have invited different indigenous artists from across the globe to take over our studio this summer. And this kicks off this new series here at the Museum of Glass, everyone. So, and again, I'm going to go up there and I can answer any of your questions that you may have. Before that happens, let's ensure that we know what's going on here on our hot shop floor, because our massive glass has already begun. It's on the left-hand side, everyone. And we are going to be making a whale tooth. But just not an average one, a large-scale one, all right? Sound like a good plan? So if you're wondering what we're making, whale tooth, all right? Sound good? Yeah, I like the thumbs up. Let's just begin by introducing our glassmaker, Sarah. Now, Sarah's been working with glass for over 19 years, and she's been working on this piece, I would say, 15 minutes or so. Now, we have two colors inside of that, by the way. There's a color underneath the white, but the glass will always look red and orange due to the intense heat that we are working with. So no matter what color, it just turns red and orange. So by rolling back and forth, Sarah is shaping that massive glass. She's giving the glass a set of instructions to follow for the next phase. Now we begin on this end, but we will make our way to the center of the studio. We're like a production line. We begin on the ends and conclude in the center. Now, if you have questions, my name is David, and I'm more than happy to answer questions, and I'm going to make my way up there in a few minutes, okay? In a few minutes. We can hang out, and I can chill with you until our demonstration is completed. The chamber that we're using to heat up the glass is about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, I can't, unfortunately, open all these doors, but I can open one half of the doors. Maybe feel a little bit of that radiating heat coming from the glass. And you're lucky I'm only opening one side, because if I open the other side, oh man, does it get hot in here. Whoa, if you're wondering what happened to Sarah, where did she go? Sarah is adding another layer of powdered glass. The way that we apply color is there's various ways, but down here in our table, we have our color palette. Color can come to us in a solid bar form, but it can also come to us in a broken, powdery stuff. Again, the only difference is this stuff we can use right away. The solid color needs to be preheated for about 30 minutes. So if I wanted to use white, and I wanted to use this one specifically, I would have to wait about 30 minutes before I can touch it. And very quickly, just to explain color, we add different metals. So different metals from the periodic table will produce a different color. Let's take, for instance, red and pink glass. That glass is made by adding gold. So if you add gold, you get this beautiful red and pink glass. But that will triple or quadruple the price point of any color. So maybe a bar of orange, $20 to $30, but red and pink glass, again, triple that price point. So right now we are sifting color. The color is so fine that it can go into our lungs. And so we are using that powdered glass in a controlled environment where that powder can be quickly sucked away and out of the museum. I see quite a few members here in our audience. I'd like to thank our members from our audience. We love and appreciate all our members here at the Museum of Glass. Memberships go a long way here at the museum. They fund our visiting artist program, but also other programs like our Kids Design Glass, and even our Hot Shop Heroes, where we work with Joint Base Lewis McChord and veterans that use our glass blowing studio as an art therapy to combat like mental health and also PTSD. Now again, that chamber that we're using to heat up the glass, that is 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Earlier we met Sarah. Sarah's the starter. She works on the left-hand side, and notice she then passes it off to Gabe. Now Gabe is wearing the black hat. He is our gaffer here today. So our gaffer, Gabe, and our visiting artist, you'll notice that they will communicate a lot between every single piece. Now, Gabe right now, he's marvering the glass. Marvering meaning he's rolling back and forth on the steel table to cool down that core. Now, when you're first learning to marver, it's easy to marver one way, but you're like a typewriter. It's very difficult to come back to yourself. And even myself, I'm still practicing on turning to myself, and I've been working with glass for about 9 years, and I clearly still need more practice. And it's just repetition that will get you better here in our hot shop floor. I like to say that glass blowing is like playing an instrument. If you have a good teacher and instructor, great. That can go a long way, but it's all ultimately on yourself, how much time and dedication you will have inside of a hot shop. By the way, I want to give everyone a heads up. On our hot shop floor, there's fresh air flowing into our hot shop. So if you put your hand out here, you can feel some of the air. And then we also have a giant fan to accelerate the hot air rising. So we stay pretty cool. I would say it's hotter up here than it is where our visiting artists and I stand around. And I know we have some questions up here. And right now is a really good time. So let me go to the other side, all right? And I can answer some questions. You have a question? What's up? How do we make the shape that we really want it to? Well, there is various shaping tools. Right now, Gabe, he is using a wet padded newspaper. That's just the Wall Street Journal, by the way. Big newspaper. It's up to the artist. Some artists want the whole stack of the Wall Street Journal, while others just want a few pages. And we use the Wall Street Journal because it's a really good paper, and they use a soy-based ink, so it's not harmful. What's up? Come again? Is the tooth going to be here at the museum? Okay, so the way that this residency works is for 5 days, we will make a lot of artwork. All this artwork belongs to our visiting artist. She can take that back to her studio and display them in different galleries. It's probably what's going to happen. Now, she will leave behind 2 pieces here at the museum. One will eventually make its way to the top balcony, where it will be displayed, and then another piece will be auctioned off at the here in our biggest annual auction to fund the Museum of Glass. And I believe that is going on in September. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of things that are going to be worked on. And the pieces that we're making today, these are just canvases. So there's still a lot more work that needs to occur. Question? What color is it and what are we making? It's totally fine. Once again, we are making a whale tooth, and there's white on the outside, and on the inside, I have to double check with that color. Question? What is the white stuff on the surface? That is just powdered crushed glass. And I don't want to explain how we make white glass because I'm going to lose you. But colors are made by adding different metals. Again, red and pink glass are made by adding gold. How do you not get burned? You become professionals. So, I gotta be honest, I burn myself more in my kitchen than I do here in this hot shop floor. Now, as a glass maker, you learn communication and how to communicate. Even if I'm at the grocery store, I may say behind you. It's something that glass blowing has taught me, and I still take it wherever I go. But it's essentially just communication. Most commonly, you get burned by other people and not by yourself, by the way. Question? Yes. What is the biggest shape we have ever made? Oh man, sweetie, we've made some giant, and I'm talking about giant pieces here at the museum. So the equipment that you see in front of you, this is not your average size equipment. This is some of the largest across the whole globe. There's artisans that will rent this studio out just to get their hands on this oversized equipment that we have. A few years back, we tried to break the world record for the world's largest glass pumpkin. I believe we were off by a few inches, but I mean, that thing was larger than I am and barely fit inside of our ovens. So we do try to break records here. You have a question down here in the center? Why do we create this place here at the museum? So we're living in a very unique place in the globe. We are the mecca of glass blowing. I have friends who have moved out from New York and California just to continue their career. This is the area that people move to continue their glass blowing hopes and dreams. Pretty much there's glass blowing jobs out here too. There's a lot of studios in our local area. Here in Tacoma, there's just another studio located down the street, and then another one located just up the hill. So what's the difference between the glory hole on the far left and the one in the center? The only difference is the center one's a lot larger. That way, it's not as intense when we're working with glass. The rolling process between the left and the center, it's like a show, I think, so we like to finish in the center. Plus, every person is playing their own specific role. We met Sarah earlier. She's sitting down, standing by to blow air. We met our gaffer, that's Gabe. He's taking a seat at the center. And then we introduced Maxine. Maxine is the blue shirt. His job is the pole turner. His job is to give the adequate heat that the gaffer has called for. So you'll notice the team communicates back and forth. And look, our visiting artist is standing by, letting our gaffer know, hey, I like this or I don't like that. Does it start off as a ball? I like to say a light bulb. A light bulb. And pretty much everything out in our gallery looked nearly identical to the start. So our process here, I think we will be done with our whale tooth in like 20 minutes. But there's still like another 12 hours that the glass needs to cool down before we can hold it high. And then maybe another 2 hours of cold working. So the surface on the, there's going to be a pattern on the surface of our piece. And that's going to happen later on. Again, do the kilns use a lot of energy? Yes, they do. And I gotta be honest, I have never asked a museum how much does it cost to run this operation. I know it's going to break my heart. What is the metal rod made out of? It is made out of stainless steel alloy, and the pieces of equipment here and like the rods, they're all made from a company in Seattle that makes equipment specifically for the process you see in front of you, referred to offhand project itself, sweetie. One of my favorite pieces that we've ever made here at the museum was a narwhal with the holiday hat. I don't know what happened to it. I have no idea where it's at, but oh my God, that was one of my favorite pieces. A narwhal. I mean, come on. A narwhal. Pretty awesome. Do you have a question here? A little louder. How many times do we have to put it in the kiln? We have an unlimited amount of times that we can enter the oven. We're not counting that many times also. This piece will take however long it takes. This is one of the highest levels. What will it look like when it's done? Oh, sweetie, there's still a lot more work that needs to occur on this. Although we are close to being done with it here on the hot shop, there is still several hours of cold working that this piece will go through. Oh yeah, whales are pretty large. Now, I don't know how large a whale tooth is in real life, but the whale shark is the largest whale in the largest whale in the world. Great observation. And I believe it's the biggest fish in the ocean. Not whale, fish. What is the best sculpture we've ever made? Oh, sweetie, it's so tough. We've made so many unique things here at the museum. It's hard to point out one specific one that was better than any other. Question right next to you? How do you know how big it is? It's by the amount of gathers or dips that we take inside of our furnace that we determine the size of it. This piece is quite large, though. Do you have a question down here? I think we're good. Do you have a question? It's okay if you don't. We can just chill and relax. Ooh, how do you stretch the glass? So by holding down, gravity wants to elongate the glass. By holding it up, it wants to shorten it. We like to be neutral, so we like to be leveled. How hot is the hot shop right now? Let me go down there and find out, give you a better temperature. Do you have a question before I go down? Where do we get our glass? Is it hard as glass yet? No, right now the glass is malleable. A fun fact that I like to say with glass is that, so glass is an amorphous solid. It's a very unique material. Now, when it's hot, it's like a liquid. When it's cold, it acts like a solid. But theoretically, I say theoretically, because even when glass is solid, it's still technically a liquid because the molecules have yet to form a crystalline structure. I don't want to get too much into it, but that's pretty awesome. I mean, to think that glass is still a liquid even at its solid state. Well, it's definitely cooler down here on our hot shop floor. Once again, we have an air system right below everyone. So there's constant fresh air flowing into our hot shop floor. And then our engineer and designers added a giant fan at the top to accelerate the hot air rising. Now, the Museum of Glass, our cone-shaped structure, comes from architect Arthur Erickson. He's a Canadian architect, and he designed this building after Tacoma's history. So Tacoma was founded on a logging town. If you were unaware, we had over 73 lumber mills in our area, which made us the capital of the lumber industry across the whole globe. Now, with such a large lumber industry, they would burn a lot of off-cut wood, lumber, and saw. And what looks a building very to what it's located in. And you're more than welcome to check out the glass making from the top balcony. When the museum is slow, my favorite place to hang out is the top balcony. It really is a nice view. The only downside is you have to stand up, but it is definitely worth it. So we are going to use a tungsten drill bit to place holes in our piece. Now, the next step that follows is to set it inside of the annealer. The annealer is the oven on our left with the green number 1. This will be the home of everything that's produced here today. This oven will slowly cool our glass back to room temperature over the period of the next 12 and a half hours. So if our whale tooth is left out in the open, the ambient temperature will just shock the glass into breaking and cracking. When we look at the history of glass making, melting sand into glass, now that was relatively easy. It was preventing it from cooling that took us the longest period in history. Nowadays, we know better. There is a formula that we can use to determine its length inside one of these cooling ovens. Ooh, that's like my favorite area right there, right next to the speaker. Hi. You guys have questions for me? It's okay. You guys can just chill back, relax, enjoy the show. What's this oven right here? So this is where we preheat our color. We call it a garage. We can park the glass inside of there, hence the name. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit too. It's a great oven to heat up pizza maybe too. So if we want to have a pizza party, we can just use our garage. It's like double the temperature of what Papa Murphy's wants you to cook their pizzas at. But like I said, we can just turn it down a little bit and have a pizza party. So you notice that the glass becomes metallic where we use the torch, right? It becomes all shiny. What's going on is when we use that torch, we're depriving the glass of oxygen. And so the glass rises to the surface in search of that oxygen, and it leaves this metallic look. But in this case, we don't want that. So we can just take a quick heat that will eliminate that. So we're going to take some questions here, but we are putting this piece away. So I am going to open these doors, all right, sweetie? If you come over here, you're just going to feel a blast of hot air rising, okay? So it's okay if you don't want to feel it, but it is going to get a little warm, okay? Just giving you that heads up, all right? This is at 900 or 890 degrees Fahrenheit. Our glass will stay inside this oven for about 12 and a half hours. A little tap, a little break, and on its way to our annealer.
Here it comes.
I told you it was going to be hot, right? Can we give a round of applause to our visiting artists and also the Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? Now, this concludes our morning live glass blowing demonstration. We will be returning in a little bit over an hour to resume our demonstration. We are going to be taking our lunch break now, and then we can return and continue with our process. Thank you guys for joining us. I will stick around and answer any few questions that we may have. What's going on? The drill bit. So we use a tungsten drill. This is, point out our visiting artist. Notice her necklace that she has. So again, we're trying to replicate some of these pieces. Now, there's a lot of patterns that are going to be added, and this is going to be happening later on. We do have a sand carver here at the museum. So once we have enough of these patterns, we're gonna place them on here. We're gonna take them to the back of the museum, carve them up, bring them back out here, heat them back up, and then make a larger sculpture out of them. Thank you so much for joining us. About how much did that weigh? I would say it weighed no more than 12 pounds. Give or take a few pounds, of course. No, thank you so much for stopping by.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques, they don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing Fred.
brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying 2 contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
Dante and I have been talking for a while about the idea of taking one of his patterns and putting it in the membrane of one of my pieces.
I make patterns for my own work in advance. So I had half a dozen of them or so in the studio. It's the end of my glassblowing season. So I thought it was a good opportunity for us to try some stuff together in a sort of low pressure environment.
Really the design of the piece and the style of the sculpture is mine. It's a John Kiley thing. The pattern in the middle is totally Dante. Good. Well, the attachment, the critical part takes probably about 3 seconds. And it's an all or nothing thing, particularly when you have a pattern. Dante in some of these patterns has maybe 10, 15 hours of work between pulling cane, laying out the pattern, and making it. So we have one chance to make a really good shot so we don't cover up the pattern or trap bubbles, and the temperature has to be perfect.
The way he thought up these pieces that he makes was pretty clever. I've literally never really watched him execute these pieces. I would look at him and go like, wow, how did he do that? It's been good for me to see it because it informs my perspective on what else could be done. People are starting to collaborate is sort of newish in the sense that we're like two people are signing their names that aren't like a couple, and it makes a lot of sense. It's just to spin a slow boat. You gotta have, it has to be sincere.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
I'm sure you've seen some of them meet here.
I have.
Yeah, they're good too.
Now, if we want to make eye contact.
You just looking right at me and
Okay.
You can look at.
Well, I was going to say, as
Yeah, if you
opposed
wanna
to,
talk
like,
to it.
where's
It's right here.
right there? Cud again is a regurgitation for a second slower chewing as defined by Webster. So it feeds into our recycling theme. We work a lot from recycled materials and try to work reflective of place and moment, right? So it seemed to fit the bill.
It's easy to sign. It's 3 letters. It's an kind of an American sound to it. We are American glassmakers. There's a lot of Eurocentric sort of attention in the glass world, but we're truly we're an American band. We are an American band. We're coming to your town. So, and then we're going to attempt to make a glass look like wood. Yeah, write that down. We're in the Northwest, wood mills, woody, plywood, logs, you know. We always return to our wood grain look. We try and make glass look like wood, as crazy as that sounds.
It's sort of the wolf in sheep's clothing, right? So we're making one material appear to be another. So here you see one that's been wood grained. It's reflective of this coast. The work will morph and does morph in other places.
Plus we're old and we can't think up any new ideas. It's just...
That's not true.
Let's go with the wood grain. The wood grain worked before. Let's do the wood grain.
We've made a lot of stuff, so, we do have a grab bag of tricks that we can reach into and pull these things out.
History of bottle making is very much a part of the history of glass making. And we like that shape. Again, we bring in the wood grain because we're in the Northwest.
We're riffing on the carboy form, which is hundreds of years old. We're riffing on that form. We're taking it from, which is, largely a commercial form. And part of what the studio glass movement did was depart from the factory. So in a way, we're taking it back to the factory. We're smartasses.
Way back in the old days, the guy would come through town with a donkey and you brought your stuff and they filled you up with wine. But then all of a sudden, winemakers started bottling their wine, beer people started bottling their beer, and the whole industry changed instantly. You always get a sense of awe when you're watching a really good glass
It's a spectator
team.
sport.
A really good glass team working together. If you look at Ben and Gabe, they've been working together for 15 years or something. And you can see that. You can see that synchronicity and just all...
the unspoken. It's a dance.
Here we are working at the Museum of Glass, got this great team. I feel blessed.
I was going to say, look, we are blessed, right? I mean, what better position to be in than to have the ability to come from out of town and stop in for a week and ask for things that we can't necessarily achieve alone or even in a pair, right? It takes that team, and that's always been the beauty of the glass movement, is that community, and that's really, almost exclusive to the glass movement.
So at this bench, we are stuffing color cups and pulling some black paint. We're going to use the black paint to create stripes on cylinders, and those cylinders are going to be used for centerpieces at our annual Better Futures luncheon.
We chop it all up into little pieces just like these. We're taking the cane, we're going to put it in the garage so it heats up slowly, so then we can roll them up on a blowpipe.
So we lay them all out on a plate, and then Sarah makes a collar, which is kind of like a disc around the pipe, and then she rolls up the cane once they're all heated up.
We take a gather on it, and then Dave is going to block it up, and we'll blow it out into a cylinder form. Teamwork, it's all about teamwork.
What we do is we shape it and make it into a cylinder,
We're clunky it up, we'll get a lip wrap.
and then from there we finish the piece.
So once they're done in the hot shop, they go in the annealer for 12 hours, and they come out, and they come to this place called Cold Shop, where we do all the magic.
So basically, these come out of the annealer, and we knock the pennies off, and it has these sharp edges on here. And you go to the first diamond wheel, diamond grit.
We got this thing called a cerium wheel, it's a natural mineral, and you just polish. Hit it with the sponge real quick. More water. Then we air gun it. And it went from being foggy to being clear.
I came up with a prototype for our centerpieces. We're going to be making cones, spheres, and cylinders, which are really like fundamental skill building shapes.
Started by pulling cane of different colors and bundled it up, heated it up, twisted it, put it in an optic mold.
The kids all had a part in making the color bar, and now they're here this week trying to make 55 centerpieces.
The farthest bench, they're doing starts for the middle bench.
I'm gonna pick up one of these guys out of the garage. We're gonna drop it over a bubble, and then we're gonna take a couple gathers and hand it off to Gabe, and he's gonna work his magic.
Stop.
So we're finishing the pieces. We throw a gather on top of it, blow it up, shape it, punny up, open, finish it.
So we're looking for crisp corners, and we're looking for a really straight side. The way we're gonna get a crisp bottom is heat that bottom really hot. When you're making the cylinder, lay your blades on the sidewall and look down across it. If you see gaps in it or it's not laying straight, try to fix it. Paper marver is going to be a good tool. Your jacks, paper, whatever it takes.
I'm Corey Metcalf. I'm one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass We're creating, obviously, stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and you know, with this we can look at it from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
It's a well-oiled show business machine, ladies and gentlemen. My work it kind of sits at the intersection of technology, entertainment, and art. The projects take a lot of different formats. It could be performative. I had a big project that was a game show for many years. I got interested in 3D printing because it was kind of this marriage of digital and physical, which is like where we all live nowadays, right? And the latest work that I'm doing here at Museum of Glass is about light.
Here we go.
A lot of the work that I do is about being approachable and reaching an audience that may not otherwise go to art events. That's what brought me to Coney Island and performing. I got really interested in 3D printing and 3D scanning. Like, we live our whole lives now in computers, but then we're physical beings, right? So 3D printing appealed to me because it was a way of translating that digital life into physical, and 3D printing brought me to 3D carving. Instead of an additive process of building up a model with a 3D printer, I'll start with a block of graphite and use a CNC router to remove some tracked material and create these molds for glass castings. And that led to the forms that I'm doing now. So a lot of the forms are based on sacred geometries or just, mathematical geometries. So a lot of the cone molds that I'm using here today, they're based on a truncated icosahedron form. It's a 5 and a 6-sided cone. They fit together like a soccer ball. I like physical work because it has permanence, particularly glass. Plastic, less so. A lot of the work is about play, so it's like we're making these things, and then there's gonna be the next phase of the project is about shining light through the work, and we'll see where it all goes. Glass is this amazing sort of magical thing, the way it moves when it's molten, and I've really liked this graphite process because it's so fast and immediate to just pour the glass and pop it out of the mold, and multiples has been a big theme in my work over the years, and that kind of speaks to me a little bit as well. When I reflect on why do I use glass, I found that there's a lot of people out there making things out of glass because they can and not because they should. And for me, I didn't have something that I wanted to make that needed to be glass. This project needs to be made out of glass. The whole idea of this work that is about light is really sort of a response to what's going on in America right now, a response to what's going on in the world. This work is really about sort of turning off. The whole world has got to this point where we're so constantly stimulated by our phones and the news cycle and everything. And it's a lot about getting people to slow down and stop and just experience.
Yes. Yes, he was a shiny old man. I'm John Toriano. I'm from New York City. I have this theory about the attraction of glass, and I think we're genetically hardwired to respond positively to sparkly and shiny things. These are all the teardrops that are the raindrops of the glass gods. It's part of my, just kidding, agricultural aesthetic theory. When you reach in to take a gather, it's like you're reaching into the center of the earth, right? And you're doing something with it. You're making a shiny object. If you imagine a time when, we were just primitive peoples, and you would see a sparkly thing, it wouldn't be very often. And it would be magical because, why? Because you could hold a piece of the sun in your hand. And the sun is everything, right? No sun, no life. I've always thought of myself as a painter first and foremost. With painting, you have to be able to communicate with one shape, something that's three-dimensional. I don't think any artist, for example, can make art without being involved with glass in some way. Maybe it's just with slides of their work, but it's about looking, and it's about seeing, and glass is a very important tool for that. For me, I've never really been a glass artist, but I've always had glass in my art ever since about 1969, I would say, when I was using dots to create the illusion of space, kind of like sky, though I didn't think of it as sky at first. Then I started to look at photographs of the sky in order to get more interesting configurations and distributions of dots. And then because I was looking at those, I started reading about it, and I started making relationships between astronomical ideas of space and painterly ideas of space. And I found that the astronomical ideas gave me more license than the kind of formalist Greenbergian ideas about space did. The project that we're working on here at the museum, I started it a couple of weeks ago at Pilchuck, where I wanted to see what I could do in a columnar shape. Ever since about 1974, on and off, I've been making these column paintings that are half-round lozenge shapes of different sizes. What I tried to do with those is create a paradox between the physicality of them coming out from the wall and the illusionness of them, both physically and visually. And I wanted to see if those ideas could translate to glass. And in a way, I'm trying to make them as close to a painting as you can.
Yeah, and you had a recipe kind of written out.
Yeah. I'm used to working on my own all the time, and it takes a lot more energy to get the momentum going on your own than it does when you have a crew and a group of people. And so one of the pleasures I take from working in a place like the museum here is the kind of communal energy that helps support the process of making work. You don't question it so much. You just go in, you get up, you have your coffee, and you start making work. And that's refreshing. You see what I mean by them being figurative or beings of some kind? Like post-apocalyptic, but with really nice outfits.
Oh, I was studying painting. My painting prof said, well, okay, your schedule looks good here. You've got some 3D classes, but you're 2 credits short. And if you don't have a full load, they won't give you an assistantship. I said, well, that won't do. What should I take? And he ran his finger down the list, and he came to one that said 2 credits, and he said, here, take that. And I said, what is it? And he said, it doesn't matter. It's 2 credits. And it was the second glass-blowing class in America. Experimental class. This is a series of glasses that I've been doing for the last 5 years that we call cameo cut glass. So we came here a year and 3 months ago and blew cups, or blanks I call them, that have colors on the outside and clear on the inside. And then I took them to the engraving machine. I carved through each color down to the color that's below it and make a pattern. These are not finished at this stage. Then I bring them here. We're going to put glass inside the bubble and pick it up and reheat it and blow it out. But this color that's on the outside of this bubble will also be on the outside of the final piece. You can make any shape you want after you've got it all attached. And here are some, this is a cup and a finished piece.
A slight tap, the piece is broken free and on its way to the annealer, where it will cool down for the next several hours.
If I could have my biggest dream come true, it would be that people see me as an artist as well as an educator, so that I can have my cake and eat it too. It's good, huh?
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you can like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glassworking, I think it teaches, teamwork is the main thing. And just this morning I had to talk to him about, we're all on the same team and, we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day. So they're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away. And you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they look up to me, and like yesterday, I think 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, I'm pretty cool or something, so.
There's living proof that this program works. I grew up in a very, very difficult household to grow up in, yet this program kept me together. It helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz.
Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos.
James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists. We are Hilltop Artists.
Hilltop Artists.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Maishan Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we moved, but then reality kind of hit me, and I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. And I signed up for that class, and and just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the costs.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. Simple stuff that I probably thought about in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. Glass, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. I could have really used this, and now for me to be, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now. So I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of makes me want to be that person. I want someone to see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's so detailed and colorful and big.
Oh, sorry. Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. Kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons. I started making clouds a few years ago, kind of as I take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it, ended up getting this residency because of the piece, so I figured that was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's a big super moon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud.
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, is this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but like a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. This is a tricky one. And I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it. And yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. I'm working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there. And I help them make a lot of their work, and they help me. And so it was a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it will bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
Oh, I was studying painting. My painting prof said, well, okay, your schedule looks good here. You've got some 3D classes, but you're 2 credits short. And if you don't have a full load, they won't give you an assistantship. I said, well, that won't do. What should I take? And he ran his finger down the list, and he came to one that said 2 credits, and he said, here, take that. And I said, what is it? And he said, it doesn't matter. It's 2 credits. And it was the second glass blowing class in America. Experimental class. This is a series of glasses that I've been doing for the last 5 years that we call cameo cut glass. So we came here a year and 3 months ago and blew cups, or blanks I call them, that have colors on the outside and clear on the inside. And then I took them to the engraving machine. I carved through each color down to the color that's below it and make a pattern. These are not finished at this stage. Then I bring them here. We're going to put glass inside the bubble and pick it up and reheat it and blow it out. But this color that's on the outside of this bubble will also be on the outside of the final piece. You can make any shape you want after you've got it all attached. And here are some, this is a cup and a finished piece.
A slight tap, the piece is broken free and on its way to the annealer, where it will cool down for the next several hours.
If I could have my biggest dream come true, it would be that people see me as an artist as well as an educator, so that I can have my cake and eat it too. It's good, huh?
The end idea would be to make a large cube about 5 feet by 5 feet, all made out of stacking glasses. But that would be about 5,400 cups. All in clear, except for kind of an amorphous shape inside that's made out of gray tones. And as those gray tones get stacked up against each other, it'll be harder for the light to permeate through, and eventually you'll get sort of just like this dark shadow mass hovering in the center of this cube. Basically, if we zoom in, it's all stacks of glasses. And then where the gray is,
These are all the same gray tone, just stacked up against each other, and that's what's making that dense center. That's been fun. I think I'm assuming that the team was hoping to do more larger stuff when I came here. But I think it's been a lot of fun and interesting, just kind of turn everyone loose into more factory setting. Sarah's just cranking out starts, and Ben and I are just filling these molds, and then today Gabe's just been hot popping. So we've got Sarah gathering up start. She'll make just about a ping pong ball, golf ball size bubble with a jackline in it. We'll let that cool down, and once that's chilled out, we'll take a post dip on it, and then with that good gooey runny glass, we'll extend the bubble, drop into an aluminum mold. The aluminum mold's been lined with linseed oil and cork, and we'll blow up the bubble, drop it down, spin out a crispy cup. Those get hot popped. So we have a file set up, and you make a little score about 1/4 inch on the side of the glass where you want it to break, and then we pop all the way around. You can take the top off and chuck that back in the furnace eventually. Cheers, fellas. Cheers. Cheers.
I'm no longer interested in making work for galleries. I'm no longer interested in making work for museums. I'm trying to create a different format for me to work in. This is what I'm excited about. In 1980, when I was 6 years old, my family moved from England to the Chicago suburbs, and we moved into a house designed by Bruce Goff, which is called the Ford House. I describe it as living in a sculpture. It leaks, it's freezing cold in the winter, it's blazing hot in the summer. A lot of the things that you expect a house to do, it doesn't do, but it does a lot of great things that most houses will never do. I became an artist because of that house, and it sounds like an overstatement to say that, but I really believe that's true. I made a body of work that was how that house, how the Ford House, shaped me to be an artist. And then I thought, well, what am I going to do next? And I decided I want to see if I can use that same format of asking someone to come live in something that I've made and see what I can do with that experience, see how I can use that opportunity to give them an art experience like the one that I had from the Ford House. And I can't invite someone to come live in my sculpture for 8 years, but I can invite them to come for one night. And I think there's so many cool opportunities that sets up. Getting people to have a different experience with art. This glass crew here is amazing, and what I'm here to make during my residency is functional objects, vessels, plates, bowls, like practical things like sink, tile, but having them be made by an artist, having them be made with my aesthetic is really the goal.
They're saying I have set them up for a big challenge.
If I make it right, I should get a free night's stay.
Some of the forms that we're making down there are these real kind of internal, sort of intestinal, cave-like forms that are based on some work, a body of work that I made maybe 5 years ago. And then I was making work about caves and caves are formed by water flowing through them, and so there were these interesting connections between underground spaces and the interiors of our bodies. And so when I had the opportunity to make vessels for this project that I'm doing, that was just kind of the first thing. I wanted to pick that thread back up. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to have this many people making something that I'm interested in. Feels like I'm royalty.
So we are already just kicking it off, and we are only using a little bit of color, but I do want to explain how color is made. I have a bar that I can pass around to our audience. You can feel some of the solid bar. Let me take this broom out of your way, too. It's always good to have a clean hot shop. But on this table, we also have some of our color palette. Now, this is not mine, so I'm not going to pass this around. But color is just made by adding different metals of the periodic table. So if we like white glass, well, we can maybe add some antimonium. If you like blue glass, we can add cobalt. If you like red or pink glass, it means you have expensive taste because red and pink glass is made by adding gold. So that bar of orange that I'm passing around, that's going to cost us like $20, $30. But if I were to pass around a red bar, that would triple or quadruple the price point. Same amount of bar, by the way. We're just paying for the metals. He has to show me the price, man. I tried to purchase some color a few times, and man, it's super expensive, but it's like going to a candy store. So they sell color from like all the way from the ground to the ceiling of like different hues, and it's just a subtle hue change. Luckily, Gabe just hooked me up with a bunch of free color, so I'm pretty excited about that. So very quickly, oh yeah, I can take that here and I can maybe pass it around. Does anybody else want to see the solid color? I think we're fine here. So we begin on the left, but we will make our way to the center of the studio. We're like a production line, all right? So we conclude in the center. So we have different chambers or furnaces we are using to make the glass hotter and make it more malleable. Gabe in the center, he's using what we call a glory hole. I have no idea where the name is coming from. That's just the name that it's been given. It's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. By the way, one of the best places to take photos is the top balcony. You're more than welcome to roam up there at any time, but some of the best photos has always been from that top balcony area. The only bad part about it is that you have to stand up, but the view is definitely worth it. This is some of the actual glass blowing part of glass making. One of our teammates, Maxine, is standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. If you're wondering how much air we blow about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. And now you don't have to be an opera singer or play an instrument to be able to blow glass. You just have to be alive and breathing. It's good enough. So if you have any questions about what's going on, my name is David. I am a local glassmaker in our Tacoma area, and I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience about this wonderful medium. Now, my glass skills, it's only about 9 years, and the team that you're seeing in front of you, these are trained professionals. Gabe, our gaffer, has been working with glass for over 21 years. I want to point out that our visiting artist is laying out some of the eel patterns that we're going to be applying. Again, we have some examples on our table. She has a stencil of an eel that she's cut out, and she's just sifting the powder on top of that. We are placing it on a hot plate so we can heat that up and ensure that we can pick up all of that color that we have laid out. If we really wanted to, we could lay out like a rainbow pattern if we wanted to also. Maybe draw some characters on there. It's up to our artists to decide what kind of pattern they want to apply. Now, an additional pattern that we're going to apply that's different than their examples, this is the first day of the residency, by the way. So today being the second day, we're taking it a step further. We're adding lines on top, so straight lines. And we're going to show you how that process is done. We began down here. We have a bunch of cooling racks, and we have what's called cane. This cane is chopped up to smaller sections. I can show these canes right here. These canes were then laid out in a pattern, and we heated them up. And here shortly, we're going to apply all these lines to our glass. When you're going through the gallery, if you notice anything that has lines, regardless if they're horizontal or vertical or twisted, this is one form that we can apply those lines. Oh, let me show them down here too, of course. And so yesterday we did a lot of prep work. And we can talk about that prep work that the team made to get to the stage that we are at right now. So the team noticed some form of debris on the surface, and that imperfection can ultimately cause this piece to be thrown away. So we take that precaution of removing any impurities. And watch this step right here, the application of the lines. So satisfying. You find a lot of those videos on Instagram all the time. Very satisfying. So all along the hot shop floor, we have these steel tables. We call them marvers. So Gabe right now, he's marvering the glass. He's ensuring that the canes and our steel table have fused with one another. You want all of them? All right, Gabe, if you say so. 6 to the face. Now, the chamber we are using, the glory hole, is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and there's an unlimited amount of times that we can use this reheating chamber. Now, when you're first beginning to work with glass, I have to admit, marvering is quite difficult. It's easy to marver one way, but the difficult thing is marvering back to yourself. You're like a typewriter, essentially, when you're first starting. You can only turn one way. As we know, Gabe has been working with glass for over 20 years, so he has developed the skills to turn both ways. Now, since day one, you're always reminded to turn the rod. If you stop turning, the glass will follow gravity and just fall straight to the ground. So we're using centrifugal force to counteract gravity. Hey, Gabe. So in glass making, there is some waiting. In this case, our gaffer, Gabe, he's letting that core cool down because he wants to eliminate the texture on the surface. There's a lot of texture right now, and that surface, that texture, can ultimately cause a lot of problems. Now, if we use that glory hole, it's going to get everything hot. We don't need everything hot. We just need the skin hot. So we allow that core to stabilize this next time around. And we are showing you some diagrams of the different furnaces. Another piece of equipment that we are using is our glass furnace. Now we have two of these ovens, one on the left, one on the right. They're both holding approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. This is the heart of our operation. This furnace will be on all year around, 365 days a year. That's no holiday breaks, no weekends off, no vacations. It has the true heart of a champion. And our fuel source here at the museum is natural gas. So although that color may look dense, or they're actually different colors that we're working with. Oh, look at that skin. That's definitely hot right there. Back to the steel table now. The Marver, this could be our best friend, but it's also our worst enemy because it draws out, it steals a lot of heat from the glass. Now, a less aggressive, essentially, marver we could use is a wet pad of newspaper. Now, this won't draw as much heat as the steel table, but our newspaper is quite unique. We only use the Wall Street Journal here at the museum. If you have that stuff at home, well, we can definitely dispose of that material for you. Now, we use specifically the Wall Street Journal for various reasons, but one major one is the soy-based ink they are using. So if you're unfamiliar how the museum works, we have artists here, about 40 artists we will host this year at least, and every single artist will have up to 5 days to work on their unique projects that they may want. The artwork that's made during this residency belongs to our visiting artists, and this artwork will probably be displayed in different galleries later on. Now, 2 pieces will remain here at the Museum of Glass. One eventually will make its way to the top balcony where it will be displayed as part of our permanent collection. So Gabe is now going to let this core cool down, and we are getting ready for another layer of clear glass. Now, ultimately, we eliminated that texture on that glass because that texture can gather air bubbles, and air bubbles in this case will disturb the pattern that we will be attaching to the surface. Can you guys feel some of the radiating heat coming from the glass, maybe? Possibly? Bigger? Bigger's always better. It's totally fine, man. Yeah, don't worry about it. Do you guys notice that communication that's going on? We always are talking about the next piece. What's next? What do we want? How do we want to make it better? So by letting the core cool down, Gabe is doing 2 unique things right now. He's making sure he can gather more glass. And the secondary thing is he's ensuring that he can maintain control over this next layer. Now, we just want enough clear to protect our white canes. We don't want enough that you can visually see it. For that reason, Gabe is doing what's called a strip gather. He removes some of the excess glass here, and then this glass is also removed. Now, this glass will be reused and recycled here in our studio on a later date. If you ever wanted to heat up your coffee, you typically put your coffee on top of that little patty of glass. Now we have a pipe cooler down on this end. It just typically when we gather, the rod builds up a lot of heat. It's made out of stainless steel, but you'll notice that it goes from its shininess to a dull gray and black. We do not place our hand on the discoloration you see on the rod. I like to call that the danger zone, and if you place your hand there, chances are you're going home early. If you're joining us here at the museum, once again, we are creating the sculptures that we see here on our table. This was the first day, so we are just taking it to the next level. So adding lines on top of that, and we will see that process starting out here later today. At this time, I want to point out how the team works and operates. We have Gabe, who is our gaffer. He takes a seat at the center. Our gaffer and our visiting artist will communicate a lot. We then have Sarah. She's standing by. She's blowing air through that blowpipe. Lastly, we have Maxine. Now, Maxine is playing the role of the pole turner. His job is to give the adequate heat that Gabe has called for. So Gabe is conserving his energy for the critical moments when working with glass. Now, when we're working with these lines that are going straight up and down, it becomes difficult because those canes want to follow the centrifugal force that we're using. So if we're only turning one way, you'll see those canes begin to twist. Now, for myself personally, I've always had trouble keeping those canes straight just because you have to ensure that you're turning evenly both ways. But as you can tell here, our team doing an excellent job ensuring that those canes are not buckling or twisting. And glassmaking can be very similar to playing an instrument. If you have a good instructor, a teacher, great, that can go a long way, but it ultimately depends on you as an artist how much time and dedication you spend working with glass. Practice makes perfect. You're not going to get good in a year. You're not going to get good in 5 years or 10 years. It takes a lifetime to become a true master in glass. Now we are adding an eel pattern on the surface of our glass. Once again, this summer, the Museum of Glass has invited indigenous artists from across the globe to spend up to 5 days here working with our professional hot shop crew. Our visiting artist is coming all the way from New Zealand, and she's working on a variety of projects here at the museum. But on our big screen, I want to show you some of her recent artwork. Now, she is not a glass blower or a glass maker. And it depends on our artist. Sometimes they are glass makers. In this case, she has no prior glass experience. And these, I would say, are some of my favorite residencies at the Museum of Glass because the ideas are so unique. Oftentimes, glass makers get tainted by the material itself. Sometimes you think that's too hard or that's too difficult. You have a certain mindset. But here, as you know, our visiting artist is thinking outside the box, outside of what a glassmaker usually thinks about making. By the way, all this is still experimental too. Now, what we're picking up right now is just black color, and it's this sifted black color that we have. To make black color, we add a ton of manganese. By adding a little bit of manganese, you can produce purple glass. And the way that they make the powdered glass is they start off with the solid color. If I wanted to make it, I just get a sledgehammer, start breaking it up, and eventually we get this. Ooh, a 30-0. Here it comes. Nice. Now, to ensure that we're picking up all the powder that we've sifted, we've preheated it on a hot plate. Now, this is just how we can maximize the amount of powder that we're actually attaching to the glass. Hot glass likes to stick to anything that is hot. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions? It's completely fine if you just want to sit back, relax, enjoy the museum. Top balcony is always a great area. Now, our visiting artist will conclude her residency this Sunday with the lecture at 2 p.m. about the artwork that was explored during this residency. All right. For this next move, we're going to separate will be our sculpture, the usable glass. We're going to separate the usable glass from the actual blowpipe. Now, to do so, we create what's called a jack line. So I'm just shielding Gabe from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Where are you burning, Gabe? All right. Now, Gabe has been working with glass for a long time. His body is now acclimated, so he's used to the heat that we're working with. Well, in Around the World, Gabe goes, this just elongates the glass. If we hold it up, it shortens. Typically, we like to be leveled, neutral, so we're not getting longer. If you have the Wall Street Journal stacking up at home, this is always a good place. You can drop it off. We are always in need of good quality newspaper. But I do see a few members out in our audience. I'd like to, at this moment, stop and thank all our wonderful members here, part of the Museum of Glass. We love and appreciate all our members. Now, memberships fund the museum, and they go a long way. Memberships both fund our visiting artist program, but they also fund like our Kids Design Glass and also our Hot Shop Heroes, where this studio becomes a glass blowing studio for veterans from Joint Base Lewis McChord suffering from PTSD and also head trauma. So this studio becomes theirs twice a week. We also work with UW Tacoma. On Mondays, this becomes their studio where they teach. So guys, here at the museum, this is a really high level of professional glass making. If it doesn't look right on the end of the rod, it's not gonna look right in our hands. So it's gonna get thrown away regardless, so might as well not spend any more time because we need another maybe 15 minutes on that to transfer it and complete the other side. They can already tell there's something wrong, so we're not gonna waste those 15 minutes working on it. We'll just start the next one right on over and get started. As a glassmaker, it doesn't matter how you fall. Just stand back up. It's going to be better the next time around. This is the mindset that you have to have as a glassmaker because things happen all the time. So what? Get another pipe, do it all over again. And that's glass blowing for you. I know it's a life lesson that you also learn. I like to say either you win or you learn a lesson. If you're heading out, thank you so much for stopping by. You enjoy the rest of your Thursday. It's Thursday, too. I know we're almost close to Friday. I'm pretty excited, too. But let's start that piece all over again. Again, this is a very high level of professional glass making. Let's do that all over again. It's going to be even better this next time around. Now, before we start, notice that the team just talked about, what could we have done better to make this piece more successful? And then how is this next one going to be better? What are the steps and what are the stages that we can do either faster or we can streamline? Thank you for joining us. You enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We lay out the pattern. Yeah, of course. You can't. So I was always told, funny thing is you never count on the piece until the money is in your hands because you don't know when it's going to break. You don't count them. So if you're wondering about the lines in the work, yesterday was the first day of this residency. Welcome to the museum, by the way. Yesterday, we pulled a bunch of cane. Now, it creates lines in artwork, and we've cut them up to different sizes. Our artist is now laying them out in different orientations. Now, we could easily make these lines horizontal or vertical. It's up to our artist to decide how the cane should be oriented. And we have plenty of cane that we can go through, too. So our first step is just to lay out our pattern, but since we aren't using the chamber in the center, would you guys like me to open that? It's gonna get hot though, but you will feel some of the intense heat that the glass makers feel. You wanna do it? Let's do it then, all right. Most of the heat will be in this general area here, so if you wanna feel it, come over here. Yeah, you may wanna take off your sweater too. It's gonna get nice and toasty. During the winter, oh my God, it is so amazing to be a glass maker, but during the summer, oh man, it's gonna get quite intense here. That's better. So again, this is about, and if you want to feel more of the heat, we can do that later. Below us here, there's fresh air flowing into the hot shop floor. And then we also, shaped building was designed by world-renowned architect Arthur Erickson. He's also designed the city of Vancouver. So there's some similarities between our museum and the city of Vancouver. You can notice like our steps, our stairs, that's kind of his signature mark. And the concrete, a lot of concrete. So our pattern, our line work has been set up. We're gonna preheat this for a few minutes. In the meantime, we can go ahead and gather some glass. The next step we need to take also, I believe, is to lay out the pattern of the eels that we're going to be rolling onto. Oh, Sarah's already taking that first gather of glass. Quickly jump over to her, explain her process. Now, the glass automatically adheres to the rod because the rod is hot, so it sticks like glue. Now, if it was a cold rod, that glass will just slide off. It doesn't adhere properly. So we preheat it up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Right now, Sarah's preparing that mass for an air bubble. So she's going to pressurize it. Using science, so using both pressure and heat, Sarah blows through the blowpipe, her finger over that hole. The air has no place to go but to pierce the mass of glass. And science, the bubble emerges, again, due to the pressure and heat. Now, another way we can introduce that air bubble is we could just stand here and blow until eventually we build up enough pressure. Now, that's quite difficult, though. I still remember the first time I was learning to work with glass. It took a few minutes to do that because that heat needs to be just right. But as you get better, everything is streamlined. It gets faster. Or at least it feels like it gets faster. Now, Sarah doesn't have enough glass yet to apply arcanes, so she's going to allow that bubble to cool down, stabilize, and then she can repeat the process of collecting or gathering more glass. So when we apply the lines, to ensure that our whole bubble is coated, we use pi, so 3.14. We know that our bubble should be 1/3 the size of our pattern. We can either eyeball it or just use a pi divider. It's up to our artist. I think Gabe uses a pi divider too, just to ensure everything looks correctly. Come again? Oh, so Gabe is doing it just to ensure that it's not too big and there's not a giant gap of clear. Oh, my man. He even went back and picked up some of the smaller bits that didn't quite make it on there. Something I've noticed as a glassmaker gets better and better, not just their confidence that they have, but also how calm they are when they're doing a certain stage or a step. Notice easy breathing, they're not going crazy, just calm. Now, some people believe that these tables are great for sitting. They are at that right height, but in reality, they're really good for drawing heat out of the glass material itself. Now, traditionally, these tables were made out of marble. That's where we get that term marver from, but you'll probably tell why we don't use that anymore. It's quite expensive, but glass also can crack it. If we use it while it's really hot, it can just crack a slab. Every now and then you might find a studio that's just using a small little piece that's already been broken. But those are good because they don't draw as much heat away from the glass. Again, this steel table, it's stealing a lot of heat. And also does the rod. The blowpipe that we're using, as it progresses, that rod is stealing heat away from the glass. Now, Gabe wants to eliminate all the texture that's on the surface of the glass. We want to take another layer of clear glass. If we gather while there's still texture, all that texture will gather an air bubble. And if there's a lot of air bubbles, might as well start all over again. So by letting it cool down, we are ensuring when we use that chamber that only the skin is getting hot, not everything is getting hot. How you feeling, Maxine? So by the way, one of our interns here, Maxine, is studying here. He's coming all the way from Biot, France to work with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew. And then he will also be going out to Pilchuck Glass School, where he will be a TA for a French glassmaker here that's going to be teaching at Pilchuck Glass School. So the Museum of Glass is very integrated into our glassblowing community, not just here in the Pacific Northwest, but across the globe. So when Gabe holds it straight up, vertically, what he's doing, he's telling that bubble to shoot forward. So a lot of glass making is all physics, how heat management is lost and gained, and how the bubble will blow out. When we blow air, it will always take the path of least resistance. So wherever we did not marver, this next time around, we're just gonna let the core cool down. We are going to take another layer of clear glass, but this next layer, we don't want enough that you can see it. We just want enough to coat and protect our canes that we have. So we're gonna remove a lot of this excess glass here shortly. Now, Gabe can gather at any time, but it makes his job a lot more difficult. So instead of working harder, we just work smarter. So by the way, this glass will be reused and recycled. It looks like someone left a cup in there or something. Oh, that was my cup that I made during lunch. Oops, sorry. Just like butter. So on this next one, we want to make sure that the eels go all the way around. So just like last time, we're gonna use a pie divider. We know that our bubble should be about 1/3 the size of that pattern that we've laid out. Again, my name is David. I'm more than happy to share my knowledge or experience with glass. You can ask me as many questions as you like to. I'll just be floating around the studio. Not too busy today. It is Thursday, though, so I'm quite excited here at the museum, especially for this residency. Our visiting artist is not a glassmaker, like I said before. And when our visiting artist isn't a glassmaker, usually the ideas are more out of the box and unique. Oftentimes, I like to say that glassmakers are tainted by the material itself, because then it's hard to break outside that box. I like to explain that what I just said about how when you're working with glass, sometimes you can be tainted by the material. Now, for myself personally, when I'm designing something, it's hard for me to break out of this box. So my girlfriend will design the pieces and then I can make them. That way it's more of a unique thing, and the idea is definitely different than if I were to design it and make it myself. Well, as we're preparing for this next time around, just like last time, we only want the skin hot. We don't need everything hot. Let it cool down for a few seconds. Oh, that was perfect. They got pretty much everything out of there, too. Wonderful job, Gabe. Well, we want to welcome you to the Museum of Glass. So you're members, so welcome back to the museum. Thanks for joining us once again. We are working with our visiting artist here today, working on different sculptures. This one is closer to the end, so I will start up the demonstration here in a few minutes, and I can explain what's going on here also. Now, all colors in glass act differently. The two colors that we're working with right now are completely opposites. Black glass, just like if you were to walk outside with a black t-shirt on a sunny day, you absorb a lot of energy. Now, white color is on the other side. It's a stiff color. It doesn't want to absorb as much energy. And this is now coming into play when we're working on that. Our gaffer, Gabe, can feel that maybe that white glass doesn't want to blow out as much as that black side. So when we use the torch on the very neck of the glass, so the reason that we're using this torch, we typically heat where the rod is located is because that rod is stealing a lot of heat from the glass. If it steals enough around 1300 degrees, that glass is just gonna break. If this piece is gonna break or crack, it's gonna start where that rod is from. So as long as we maintain that temperature above 1300, it shouldn't break or crack. Everything should be fine. But it's the glory hole, the reheating chamber. It's because of that chamber that we have to do a lot of things because it has an uneven heat. Regardless what we do, the tip will always enter first and exit last. So no matter what we do, the tip will always be hotter. And the rod will always be the coldest part, exactly. And then to add that, that rod is stealing more heat from it. Now, a lot of glass making is physics, how heat is gained and lost throughout the process. Instead of using a handheld version of the Wall Street Journal, we're just using the full sheet here. This will give us the ability to really clean up the whole shape in one take. Ooh, and if you look closely, you can see the troubles and the difficulties working with a black color, it being so soft and it just absorbing all the energy. Now, this is just another layer of difficulty that the team just needs to learn to work with. And the next time we make it, the team will learn. They will maybe approach this idea of a different way. Now, practice makes perfect. Right now, we still are experimenting. As the process continues, we may be adding color the next time around when we are happy about the product that we are creating. So when we're pressuring or we're pressing against the bubble, if we don't place our finger over the hole, the bubble collapses essentially, or the sides collapse inwards. So just as long as we put our finger over the hole when we're adding pressure, it shouldn't collapse the bubble or deflate the bubble. Now these pieces are ornamental, and so we will be adding 2 holes to our piece here shortly. Cap. So before this piece gets put away, it needs to look right. Our visiting artist needs to approve it. She needs to put that thumbs up saying that she's happy with the piece. If not, we're just going to continue to refine it until it looks exactly what our visiting artist has in her sketches. And they're already talking about the next one that we're going to be making, how it can be better, and what do we want to change on it. So today is the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artist. Now, the eel pattern that we have on the surface, we're approaching this pattern various ways. Another way that we're going to be attaching those eels is right here. We've made cups. These are blanks. We call them growls, and this is a Swedish technique. Now, our Pacific Northwest area, we're the melting pot of all these different glass blowing techniques. So only here you really see like Italian, Swedish, Czech style glass making all in one building, right? So our growls, I'm gonna wait for the torch to come off and then I can explain this process. Now this process is very similar to what Mr. Preston Singletary does in his Raven in the Box collection, all right? So we have the blank. We then have butter cut tape. This is a 3M product. It's a vinyl. We will attach this to the glass, stick it on, take it to the sand carver here at the museum, and we can carve that eel into there. Once that is complete, we're gonna heat this up in our oven. We're gonna soak it up overnight, so tomorrow morning, we can pick up one of our growls and then expand it into a final vessel. So that is our plan with these cups that we have here on this side. Now the color is right on the very surface, the black color. So if we do everything right, we will be left with a clear eel, or a black eel, and then the cup should be clear. So that clear is only on the very surface. Or that black color is only on the very surface. Well, it's now time to begin to work on the opposite end. To do so, we bring over a new rod. We call this the punty. So Sarah has created the punty. Now this new rod, it's only temporary. So it has to be brought over at that perfect Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold. After all, it is only temporary. A little bit of water in the previous break-off zone, a slight tap, and we can now begin to work on that top half area. Now, as a glassmaker, I think this is the most difficult move to ever do. It's called the centering. What Gabe is essentially doing, he's ensuring that that new rod is on the same plane, that it's on center, and that it's not wobbling. For myself personally, I felt like my instructor told me the same thing for like 5 years before I was like, you know what? I finally understand what you've been saying this whole time. It just takes quite some time to figure out how to adjust it. And like I said, it really is difficult to figure that out. So one unique phase that hand-blown glass goes through is a thinning procedure. In this case, Gabe is getting rid of the thick glass that's found at the very end. And it's just like cutting leather right at that temperature. Now, when you're trimming, Gabe has been doing this for a long time, so he can get that trim nice and straight. But even myself, I still have some troubles. Sometimes it's all wobbly. It's not a perfect lip, but hey, I'm getting there. It takes practice as a glassmaker. After you do it like 1,000 times, then you'll be good at it. So the team is already discussing about the next one. We've noticed some changes that we want to make the next time around. The team likes what they're working with now, so we're going to go ahead and take it to the next stage and add more color to it. The next one will be an amber color with the white on top, and then we'll lay out some more of those eel patterns out that we can work with. Visiting artist has approved this piece, so the next step is to set it inside of our oven on our left-hand side. Now this is the annealing, or the annealer, and this glass will go through the annealing cycle. When we look at the history of glass, melting sand into glass, now that was pretty easy. It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest time in history, and even the Egyptians struggled with it. Nowadays, we know better. So there's a formula that we can use to figure out its length inside of one of these ovens. For our sculpture, about 12 and a half hours is perfectly fine. So tomorrow morning, maybe around lunch, we can open our annealers and bring out the artwork for our audience to view. All right. Well, one of our teammates has suited up in a heat protective layer, protective jacket, Kevlar gloves, and face protection. He will face the heat. It's about 890 degrees Fahrenheit inside of our annealer. Now, all the ovens that you see around the studios, those are different annealers. This one will be the one that we have designated for today's residency. And if we need more space, we have plenty of more annealers directly behind the museum that we can use. Can we give another round of applause to our visiting artist, Piri, Cowie, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? So I had mentioned that we've already talked about the next one we're going to make. We're going to add some amber to it. We're going to add the white stripes. If you're heading out of here, thank you so much for stopping by at the museum. I see you're members, so, you're always more than welcome to hang out here at the museum. We love and appreciate all our members, so thank you so much for supporting the Museum of Glass. And we are going to continue our demonstration, so if you're just joining us, you can hold on to your seat. We will continue the process. So we are just going to transition to this next piece. Just give us a few minutes. We'll go ahead and get it started once again. So although this color may look like red or orange, it is an amber color. We're gonna coat our entire bubble in this amber, and then we are also gonna be adding white lines. Now that Sarah has applied the first layer of color, she's going to be adding another layer of clear. So back to the furnace. Again, essentially the furnace is a giant tub of hot glass or a bathtub filled with molten material. Now it's due to the viscosity of the glass that we can collect it on the end of the rod. Our massive glass we can now describe as two gathers or two collections. With this massive glass, I would say we can make a nice large cup or maybe a small vessel. But for our project, we still need to add another layer of clear glass. Luckily, we're all wearing safety glasses down here. So welcome to the Museum of Glass. Thank you for joining us. We are here with our visiting artist, Piri Cowie, taking over our studio. Now, we have some stencils, and that we sifted some black powdered glass, and they are in the shape of eels. We also are approaching this idea differently by printing them out, and then we'll attach them to there, and then we'll translate them later on. But yeah, we are focusing on this idea that we have here. This is the day one, so we're just taking it to the next level. We've added color, we've added lines to the glass. Just wanted to make sure we're happy with this technique that we are using. Once again, my name is David. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions, but sit back, relax, and enjoy the museum. Just to touch base, the chamber that we're using in front of us is at 2,300 degrees, and there is no glass inside of there. It's just fire and heat that we are entering. So before we go any farther, we're going to create a jack line. The jack line is what separates the usable glass from the steel rod itself. So this cloth material that we're using here, it's just the Wall Street Journal folded on itself. As long as it stays moist, it shouldn't catch on fire or leave any residue behind. Is the communication going on between our visiting artist, Piri, Cowie, and Gabe. So Gabe is our gaffer. It's his job to translate Piri's drawings into the actual glass sculpture. So you'll notice they're already discussing about the next one. How can it be better? What do we want to change? And also this idea is how can we approach this idea differently? Another way that we're going to approach this is by using these grolls. Now, here in the Pacific Northwest, we're the melting pot of all these different glass blowing techniques from Italian to Czech and Swedish glass making. They all have a unique way of approaching our medium, but this medium or this style is Swedish. We have our blanks here. We then have buttercut tape. This is a 3M product. It's a very thick vinyl. We will adhere it to the surface, take it to our sand carver that we have here at the museum, and then we can eliminate the black glass that's here. And eventually we'll eliminate all the black glass except the eels. And then these can be picked up, reheated, and made into a larger sculpture. So we always get asked, what's the most common way we burn ourselves? It's never the hot glass. It's always the steel tools that are laying around the studio. That is the most common way. Yeah, usually you don't get burned by the glass. That's pretty rare. And if you do, it's usually by other people and not yourself. So even to this day, glassblowing has given me this habit, regardless of where I'm going. If I'm behind you, even behind a grocery line, I will say behind you. I don't know why. It's because glass has taught me to always tell people who are around me to tell them where I'm located at for safety. So it is now time to transfer our piece onto a different rod. It's final rod. We call this the punty. Now notice the area where you're using the torch, essentially where the rod is at. That rod is stealing heat away from that glass. If it drops below 1300, the glass will break and crack, and it all starts from where the rod is at.